hope you can join us. Joharra, what will you be reading?
I will be reading Rule of Wolves, last book in the Grishaverse.
Awesome. That's exciting. So I'm going to be reading The Love Hypothesis. So that should be fun. I got to chapter 2 because there's a prologue, chapter 1. So I finished those up. I'm having a much better time than I was having with the year to the day, so that's really good.
That's good.
Hi, Robin.
Hi.
I hope you're feeling better, or that you will feel better. What are you going to be reading, or whatever you're going to be doing?
I think I finally got all of the books I'm going to read for my prompts for the Summer Splash Readathon. Yay! So that is set up. It's just a matter of filming the TBR now.
Awesome. Well, that's really exciting. There's still a few I'm not too sure about. I'm just going to have to figure it out. Like with the one of under 200 pages, obviously it isn't that hard to find one that's under 200 pages because I have found some like ones on Kindle or whatever, but I want to find one I would want to read. That's the hard part for me.
I get that. Definitely.
I'll be editing my July TBR and then I'll work on scripting my June wrap up. That's so exciting, Robin. I was gonna say in the chat, like once you were saying that you had done your video, I was like, when's it coming out? When's it coming out? It's exciting, but at least you'll have one participant that's very excited to watch it.
2, because I'm excited to watch it too.
Wow, look at that. 2, very excited. I'm a little bit better, but not up to being on camera tonight. I can understand that.
I get that. Yeah, I wasn't feeling.
Yeah. And not to put any pressure if you don't want to do the voice thing, because obviously there is that option, but that's cool. If you just want to be, in the comments, that's totally fine.
Relax.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the 2 prompts for the Summer Splash Readathon that was probably the hardest for me would have been find a book set entirely in summer and find a book under 200 pages.
Right.
I forgot about my Charm series. There's like 41-ish books in that series, and they are so tiny. And I decided to check to see if they were under 200 pages because I thought they might be just because of how tiny they were, and I was right. They're like, most of them are around like 180. So I'm like, oh my gosh, that's perfect. And for the book set entirely in summer, I forgot that one of the series I'm currently reading, The Secrets of the Immortal Nicholas Flamel, there's like each book is just a couple days, and they always say whenever the date changes, and they put the date. And so I decided to check to see what the date was because I don't usually pay attention. And it's set early June, so I was like, that's summer, yay! So I found that.
That's awesome. That's great. Haha, the raw footage is a half hour long, so it's taking a while to edit. I can understand that. Yeah, the summer prompt was the hardest prompt for me to fill. Well, obviously for me, since I like contemporary, that's like bing, bing, boom, easy for me. But of course, I have to decide which one I want to do. Like I have like options, and I'm gonna have to I feel like I'm just gonna have to decide when I get to the prompts. But if I decide to film a July TBR, I'll be like, okay, well, these are my options here, and I'll just have to pick one. But obviously, like you guys are saying, fantasy, sci-fi, a little bit harder. But I'm glad you guys found something. I'd say the one that I'm having a little trouble with is the one choose someone's favorite book. I've decided to see if I am not done with the Love Hypothesis by the time July comes around, I'll decide on that because I know some people their favorite is that book, so I'm like, hey, that could work.
Yeah.
I like the book you recommended me because it's new adult. I don't always like reading about teens. No, totally understandable. And it was a book I did want to read, and I had it from the library last month, but I just didn't get fully into it. But yeah, it's definitely a book I would like to continue. So that's awesome, Robin.
Yeah, for the read someone else's favorite book, I am doubling it with read a book outside of your preferred genre. And Robin gave me a couple sci-fi recommendations, and I went with Animorphs because it's middle grade, so it's a bit easier on the sci-fi than some of her other favorites. And I've heard her talk about it before because I think she's been rereading it and talked about it, a few of them in some of her videos. So I decided to give that a try. I have no idea if I'm going to continue the series, but we'll see how I feel about the first book.
Awesome. That's great. Well, I'm happy. Obviously we have our sprint today, but I'm very pleased. I finished, editing my little Doctor Strange reaction thoughts on the video. Like, honestly, it is a little funny. I had just filmed it for my dad because he was like, "Hey, I want to know your thoughts. How about you just do a little video?" And I was like, "Oh, well, I'm not gonna post it. I'm just gonna do this." But I'm really happy I did because it's ranked #1 out of the 10 most recent videos. So I'm very pleased with that. Like,
Yay!
already getting some good views, so I'm very happy. I hope more people will watch, but I'm happy with it so far. I'm like, woohoo! So very exciting there. I can't wait to see what you think about Animorphs. It should be short too if you're not feeling it.
Yeah. Well, I'll definitely let you know what I think, and it'll obviously be in my July wrap-up video, so I'll do a quick thing about how I feel about it then as well. Yeah. I think I have some short books because the first 4 of the charm fits different prompts, which is good because I was like, some of those were a bit hard. Like there was one that said, what was it? Read a book with a body of water on the cover. But one of the first books in the charm series have the 3 charmed ones standing in front of San Francisco Bridge, so it shows the water from there. So I'm like, yes. But yeah, some of those questions were hard, but I was able to fill them all in, and yes, I am ready.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can't wait to film my July 2 Yar, and can't wait to read some of these. I also have some of my Twisted Tale books. I'm finally going to be reading those, which I've been meaning to for a while. I read the Beauty and the Beast one. I read that a few years ago. My sister bought it for me because I love Beauty and the Beast. And then I was like, hey, there's a whole series about all these other fairy tales. And I was like, why not give them a try? So I own most of them that I want to read. And I'm finally going to start reading them. Trying to get a kick in my physical TBR and actually, start to read something other than rereads.
Awesome. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to see if I do finish the love hypothesis. Then I'll have to, figure out what I do for that prompt. But if I can finish the love hypothesis, then it will be with 1, 2. Let me look real fast. But I could have sworn if I do finish the love hypothesis, it's either 4 or 5 books that I read this past month, which is very exciting. So let me just look. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yep. So I could, maybe I'll read 5. So that would be really good, to do it in a month. That's more like on pace with what I did prior. So I really hope I can get there. That would be really nice because I am reading. So it'd be really nice.
Yeah, you got this.
Yeah. Hi, Tina.
Hi.
Let us know what you're reading.
Glad you could join us. Yeah, I'm hoping to finally get a dent in Rule of Wolves. I have been enjoying it. I just have been busy with trying to read so much that I keep pushing few books that I am enjoying back. And it's like, I want to finally finish the last book of the Grishaverse, and I want to find out what happens. So I'm on chapter 11, so hopefully I will get a lot further today.
Awesome. I'm reading It Happened One Summer by Tessa Bailey and Tears of Tess by Pepper Winters. Awesome. I've definitely heard of It Happened One Summer. That's definitely on my TBR. Let us know what you think about these books. If you have, your thoughts yet, that's really great. Yeah, I'm not so much with the reading 2 books at once. It's a little too, I don't know if it's so much like it's too hard or just like I just prefer to finish a task and then get to the next one with books. That's definitely
I get that.
But of course, that's just me, you know.
Yeah, definitely. For me, it depends because sometimes I can only focus on one book, especially if I'm not in the biggest reading mood. Like I can only handle one book. But then there's other times where I'm in this huge reading mood, and like recently my mood just keeps switching, and it's like I want to read this, but then I want to read something else all of a sudden out of the blue. So I was like reading 4 books. I finished 2 of them because 2 of them were rereads, 2 of them were not. I finished Deathly Hallows and Crooked Kingdom, which were my rereads. So now I just have to focus on Rule of Wolves and The Rise of Kyoshi.
Awesome. That's great. Loving both of them. One's a rom-com and one's super dark romance. Oh, yeah. That's probably why I haven't heard of it. I don't really participate in dark romance. It can be a little too intense.
Yeah, I don't do rom-coms or romance, like pure romance. That's not something for me. You know, we all have our different things that we love.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm definitely looking for more books like Secrets of Harry Potter where the romance is more on the slight side.
Yeah.
Because those are very underrated.
Mm-hmm. I'm behind on my Goodreads challenge again. Oh no! But Robin, I don't know how many books you're planning on reading this year. Let us know. But that's too bad. But hopefully, you can get back on there when you're able.
Yeah, definitely. I just got on track. I'm pulling up Goodreads now because I did finish Crooked Kingdom, so I didn't know if I was ahead now. No, I'm still on track. Okay, I'm 48% through my Goodreads challenge. I had lowered it because I wasn't reading as much as I wanted to since I did just get out of a pretty bad slump last year. I tried to set my Goodreads goal a little too high unrealistically. So I lowered it, and I'm doing a lot better, and I'm on track, and I'm very happy with myself.
Awesome. But I'll be happy if I finish Desolation Called Peace this month and therefore have finished the duology. Yeah, hopefully. It is, well, actually, I just realized, I don't know, for some reason, like, I was just thinking about the fact I had looked at the calendar. Last time I looked at the calendar, it was like the 23rd. It's like, there's still time in the day. And it's like, it's the 26th now. It's like, oh boy, that is way less time. So I think I'll be fine to keep the Love Hypothesis as a July prompt because it's like, I'm not going to finish it in 4 days. No, there's no way. 75 books, lol. Might have made it too hard for me, but the year isn't over yet. Totally. Like, who knows? We haven't even hit the half the year yet, so you could definitely do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's still possible. I mean, I had my challenge at 100, and I was like, yeah, that was too much. I lowered it to 60, and I'm doing good right now. So hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah. Same last year, I was 15 books away from my goal. Okay.
That's not too bad.
That's still really good. But this year, I'm a good bit ahead. Awesome. Yeah, that's really great. Yeah, for me, I've hit 800% of my Goodreads goal. But of course, it's pretty easy when your goal is one book. But yeah, I mean, it did take a while to finally read that one book. It took till the middle of February to finally read it. So
it's still great.
Yeah, no, it's going well, and I hope, maybe my slump's dissipating a bit. I shall see.
It seems like slowly it's starting to get better. Like, I do feel like you're reading more than you were at the beginning of the year.
100%, definitely. Like, I was trying a lot, but it was like I just couldn't. I didn't have the attention span for it. But yeah, so I'm excited there. I am enjoying the Love Hypothesis. It was a little hard though because I got it from the library, but I don't know. You know how sometimes library books can be kind of gross. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll get the ebook, and I got the ebook, and like one's like a PDF, and the other's like the actual ebook, and it's like so spaced out. It looks really weird, like each page, but it's like I guess it's kind of easy to read, so not too bad.
Yeah.
To anyone coming in, let us know what you're reading. We'd like to know.
So, you said you're liking this book so far.
Yeah, I definitely am.
Let's hope it stays that way.
I know, right? I know.
That's how you felt about the Spanish love deception.
No, I know, but I legit was loving it. That's why it was so sad that it really dropped off. But I'm hesitant, I'm cautiously excited. It's like, please let it be good.
Hope your read is 5 stars.
Yeah, thank you. I really hope so too. It's like, yes, let it be so.
Yeah, I think I'm still pretty early in this, but unless something bad happens, I will probably rate it 4 or 5 stars. I mean, so far I rated all the Grisha books 5 stars. I'm thinking about the first 2 Shadow and Bone books, dropping them to 4 stars. I mean, they were originally going to be 4 stars until that ending. Those endings were just so extreme that I upped the rating. But after I had some time to settle in, I was like, they did take me a little bit longer. I mean, the 3rd Shadow and Bone book I read in one day. I was very proud of myself, especially since that was in October, the month where I finally got out of my reading slump. Right. So, I was very happy with myself. So that I'm probably going to stay at 5 stars because I did finish it in one day. But the first 2 Shadow and Bone books, it's like, I don't think they're all the level 6 of Crows is at. And I have those at 5 stars. So I'm thinking about dropping them to 4 stars. But King of Scars, I might do the same, honestly, drop it to 4 stars because it was kind of the same thing. I was enjoying it. I just wasn't, it wasn't 5 star up until the ending. So, I don't know. I'm with my reading is I rate a lot of things 5 stars, maybe more than I should. Because for me, as long as I enjoyed it, I'm not very particular with the rating,
Yeah.
If I had a good time, if I relatively enjoyed it, even if it did take me a little bit longer to get through it for whatever reason, I'm like, I enjoyed it, so it's 4 or 5 stars.
Totally. Yeah, no, totally. Also tonight, I might start rereading a book I didn't like. I was expecting a super sweet romance. It wasn't, so I was mad at the characters. I can understand that. But I'm curious, Tina. Let us know what the book was. I'm kind of curious about that.
Yeah.
But that is a shame that it wouldn't be a super sweet romance. It's like, what's up with that?
Yeah, I hate when a book is marketed the wrong thing.
Yeah, that could be the worst. So starting with different expectations, hopefully I'll like it more. It's Reasonable Doubt, Volume 1 by Whitney G. Oh, I don't think I've heard of that.
No, I haven't either. So, Tina, are you participating in any readathons next month? We are doing the Summer Splash readathon, which has been fun and stressful trying to plan for, at least for me and Robin, because it's like we are not contemporary or romance readers. We are fantasy and sci-fi readers. So it was very hard to find summary books with 4 summary prompts. But we managed.
Good job.
Yes, I'm probably a little too proud of myself that I should be.
Yeah. So what book did you decide for that one prompt where it's read a book that's a genre outside of your comfort zone?
Animorphs.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Robin's recommendation. I'm doing that book for that prompt and read someone else's favorite book.
Awesome.
Yeah,
that's great.
Did you decide what to do for that?
Well, what I have right now, let me just go to it. Let's see. Right now I have it as a fantasy book on my physical TBR. I'll pick a fantasy book. I'm going to have to see about that. Fantasy is hard.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'll read that book I was mentioning to you guys, Damsel. Since it's a feminist story, so it might be a little bit more my speed, but it is a little nervous.
Yeah, but Percy Jackson's fantasy, and you're doing that for our buddy read, so you could just
use
it.
But it'll probably be much easier because it's middle grade. It's kids stuff. I read Harry Potter, but yeah, I'm gonna have to see.
True, but that's what I'm doing. I mean, Animorphs is middle grade.
Right.
So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
easy.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So, and but it's still technically outside my preferred genre. So it doesn't matter what age range it is, it's not in my genre. So it still counts.
No, 100%. Yeah, I just didn't. But I got you what you're saying. Yeah.
You wanted to challenge yourself a little bit more. I get that.
I chose The Hate You Give by Angie Thomas for the outside comfort zone prompt. Yeah. Ooh, that sounds exciting. I'm not participating in any readathon, so I might participate. Awesome.
Good.
Well, I don't know if I can link. Maybe, okay, here's what I'll do. I can go ahead and link. I have the document of the prompts. I can link that in my in this video description. So in the description box, I'll link it so you guys can check it out. Anyone who wants to participate in the Summer Splash Readathon can definitely look at that. Also, I only read romance, so yeah, me too. I love romance, but I do sometimes contemporary read, sometimes sci-fi, but that's, usually I want some romance in my stories.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I mean, I don't mind romance. I just don't like when it overshadows the main point of the story. So yeah, and I get very excited when there's little romance because I'm like that leaves more room for friendships and family, which I find more important. But that's just me.
Yeah, yeah, it's really fun. I recommend checking out the Summer Splash Readathon, Tina. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll go ahead and link it right now. I just have to get to Google Drive.
I'm happy I finally found my books for those prompts because
was hard. 100%. So, do you have any videos upcoming, Joharra?
I have some I need to film. I haven't filmed any yet, so I really need to do that. I was gonna film the second video for my underrated series highlights series I have going on. Finally filmed that. I need to film my July TBR and my June wrap up soon, since June's almost over and July's almost here. I think that's it at the moment. I have videos planned, but I think those are my upcoming ones that I really want to get out soon.
Yeah.
So, how about you?
Sorry, I'm trying to format this thing and it's giving me
trouble.
I'm annoyed. I don't know what's happening. This thing is breaking on me. I do not like when technology doesn't work. I'll just put it here. Hopefully it'll work this time.
She said I already watched the announcement video from Sally, so she's already seen it.
Awesome. Well, I'll just put it in the description in case anyone else wants it. I think that's it. Okay. All right, so if anyone wants to see that, I have it in the description.
So out of the life challenges, are there any you don't think you're going to do?
Let me see. I think it might be hard with that play pretend, be your favorite character for a day. I'm not sure. I hope I can do that one.
That one does seem hard. I mean, it's one thing to dress up as your favorite character, which I might do instead, because I do have a full Ginny Weasley costume. I have a robe, wig, wand.
Well, there is the one of create an outfit inspired by your current read. I mean, it might not be exactly the same, but it is pretty similar to that. But yeah, gotta have to decide. Make choices based on, what your favorite character would do. It's like, oh, that's hard. But I think one thing that'll be hard for me is pass the aux, make a playlist inspired by one of your reads. I like just listening to music. I think it might be hard to do it
I know. Yeah, exactly. I know some writers make playlists for their WIPs. I've never done that. Sure, I have some songs that'll pop up that will, if I'm writing it, will remind me of something going on in my WP, whether it's a scene or a character or the story overall. But I've never just picked out a bunch of songs to put together because they remind me of my WIP. I've never done that, and I feel like that will be really difficult. So I feel like it's the same thing for make a playlist inspired for one of your reads. I feel like that would be hard.
Yeah. I'm so
Well,
behind on. Oh,
sorry,
I was
what?
just gonna say I'm so behind on videos. I want to get my TBR up tomorrow and film my wrap up this week. That's awesome. But again, I'm so excited, Robin. Like, I just think that'd be really cool. You know, just seeing like what someone else is like. Oh yes, I want these books for these prompts, because that's what's so crazy about a readathon. It's like, you know, depending on the person, they're gonna choose different prompts, and just sometimes it's like that's so wild. So I'm
Yeah.
very excited. Robin, that should be really good. Also, I watched Blade Runner recently, and I've been thinking about doing a compare and contrast with the book since I read it earlier this year. That's awesome!
Nice.
I love listening to songs and imagining characters in the song. That's really cool.
Nice.
My written playlists are always soundtracks without lyrics or classical music. I need to be able to sort of zone it out. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like songs without lyrics. Like, I like lyrics. I like to lip sync as I do it, but a lot of times once I get really into the story, I still manage to zone it out by accident.
Yeah. Like For It Happened One Summer, I Feel Like Dressed by Taylor Swift. Yeah, that's really cool. I do sometimes have an association, but it's more I'm listening to a song, and because of I have a memory like associated with that song is a memory of what I was doing during the time. Like there's this song called Send Me an Angel, and that was when I was watching Shadow and Bone. And so now I have like an association with the Darkling and Alina. Like I have an association with them now. And there were a few songs that I was listening to when I was reading like the Shatter Me series, and now I just like have like that's how I attach those anytime I listen to the songs, I associate it with those characters. But it's not like based on them. It just happens to be when I read it, you know?
Yeah, definitely. So I was looking at the prompts for Summer Splash Readathon, and there is one prompt I do not have a book for yet. I totally forgot about this one, and it's read a translated work. How do I
Right.
read a translated work? Like, what? How do
Yeah,
I
well,
get that prompt?
like the one that I have is translated from German, you know. You just have to find one that's like it came from a different language, you know.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not too hard, or like try to find it online or something at the library, something like that, you know. Hopefully there's
Yeah.
something.
I could see what they have, but it seems like it seems really hard. Like, so I don't know. We'll see.
Well, it looks like Tina has a suggestion. You could read a manga. Yeah, you could definitely do that.
I
If
don't really like manga. I don't like the writing style of it. I consider manga like the book form of anime, and I'm not a fan of anime.
Mhm.
But that's just me. I mean, I have read manga in the past. My one of my favorite series, Seekers. There are 2 mangas associated with the series, and since I love Seekers so much, I decided to buy them and read them because they are part of my favorite series. I still own them because I don't have the heart to throw them away, but I'll probably never read them again. I mean, they weren't bad or anything. Like, the stories were good. I'm just not a fan of the writing style.
Yeah. Yeah, always up to the person that decides, you know.
Yeah, they remind me of comic books with like pictures and all that, and I'm not a fan of comic books either.
Yeah.
I do want to try the Avatar: Last Airbender and Legend of Korra comic books just because I love those shows so much. Not sure if I'm gonna like them though.
Yeah. Or a different country classic. Okay. Not quite sure what that means, but cool. So it's 7:31. Would you want to do a sprint for
Yeah.
30 minutes? Okay. All right, let me see. Oh, one. I should have one. I'll add it. Okay, reading till oh one. Okay. Add that there. All right. We will be back.
All right.
Happy reading, everyone. All right, how are your guys' sprints? Hi, sorry I'm late. I'm reading the Big Book of Serial Killers. Awesome. Hey, Joharra, how are your sprints?
Good. Yeah, what page did I end up on? I'm on page 163. I read chapter 11 and started chapter 12. So
Awesome.
I'm making progress. I'm very happy with it. And things are going down. It's really getting good.
Awesome.
How about you?
I got a little bit more progress into it. You know, it's still in its slow stage, but should be promising, you know. But they're getting a little bit in the sciencey part of it because it's called the love hypothesis, and it is about two scientists, and it's like, oh, hopefully it's not too much science. My brain can't handle it. Don't make it too smart.
Yeah, I feel that. But you are enjoying it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's good.
I'm just gonna have to see all that goes down. I hope I do enjoy this one. You know, I'm just gonna have to see what happens.
Yeah. But I'm very excited for this book. It's good.
Awesome.
Like after the cliffhanger of the last book, and now something's about to go down, which will be very intriguing. And yeah, it's just a lot has happened, and I'm very excited for it.
Awesome. That's great. Yeah, it should be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious what book I'm gonna. Well, I guess after I finish the Love Hypothesis, I'll probably read The Summer I Turned Pretty. You know, do a reread on that because I really want to watch the show. But I said I will reread the first book, and then I'll watch it. And now it's like I've been waiting, but I have to keep finishing these books. You know, these other books. But
Yeah.
I am looking forward to it, and it should be fairly easy to do that because it is under 300 pages. So, read 9 pages of Tears of Tess.
Right.
Awesome. I got 6 minutes left to edit. Awesome, Robin. That's so great. I'm so close. That's right. You got this.
Yeah. You should be able to finish it in the next sprint, I would think.
Yeah. It is crazy how sometimes footage gets so long, though. Yeah, like the past few have been over an hour. It's like, stop the madness. It's too much. How many sprints do you all think you're gonna do tonight? We're just gonna have to see what happens, right?
Yeah. To see whenever we get tired or just want to stop. Usually we can do a good amount of sprints. I mean, it depends on how we're feeling, but usually we're on for a few hours. So
Yeah, it's usually we do it like once an hour. About, we do about to 30, and then we do another 30-minute, and then we kind of come back, chat. So over time, it's a fair amount. Mhm. I forget if I asked this, Joharra. Do you have any videos coming up or videos?
yeah, I said I wanted to do the second book for my underrated series highlights, and then film my July TBR and my June wrap up since that's coming to a close.
Awesome. Yeah. What I really want to do, because I've been going back to some of my older videos, because what I'd like to do is get back to actually like speaking from like the brain instead of just what I typed out. You know what I'm saying? Like off the top of my head, what to say. Because I have more fun with it. And like my face has a more dynamic way and my hands are going way more. Because like, sometimes when I'm like saying the words, I'm not meaning to, but it is just kind of like blank. And it's like, hey, let's get some more energy here. So I'm gonna try that. I don't know if I'll have enough to say with these books since most of them I was pretty disappointed in, but I'll try my best.
Yeah, I always just speak, I mean, I might have like notes of things I want to say, but I don't have like a specific script of
Yeah,
everything I say. I always just, speak from whatever comes through my mind.
totally, totally. That's good. Yeah.
There's sometimes I mess up or something, and then I'll just start laughing, and I'll be like, "Wow, I can't speak today."
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, I hate it so much. I'm like blah blah blah. Like sometimes when you can't say the word you're trying to say, it is so aggravating.
Yeah, I get that.
How many books have y'all read this month? I have read 4 books, and I'm hoping if I finish the Love Hypothesis, I will not estimate that I will finish it this month, but if I were to, then it would be 5. But I'm guessing that'll probably be finished in July. What about you, Joharra?
I haven't read as much as I wanted to, but I do plan on reading a lot the rest of this month. So far I've read four four books. But I'm kind of on the closer side of finishing the Rise of Kyoshi, so I want to focus on that next couple of days, and then I want to finish this. I also want to finish or read the Necromancer. Yeah, the Necromancer, which is the 4th book in Secrets of the Immortal Nicholas Flamel. So I do want to read those, but let's see if I do read all those.
Yeah, no, totally. Well, that's cool that I'm on pace with you, because it's like I've been trying. I've been trying to read more books.
Yeah.
I script for wrap ups because otherwise I'll forget what I wanted to say about books.
Mm.
Also, it's so easy to forget character names. Oh, yeah, that's what happened with me when I did my May wrap up. When I wrote it, I can't remember how it went. I guess it was like I was just writing it and I just wasn't checking Goodreads or something. For some reason, I just couldn't remember the name, so I was like, the girl and the bad boy and blah, blah, blah. And even when I put the wrap up, I'm like, I don't care enough to do their names, whatever.
Yeah.
That book was just trash.
I feel like for me it's rather easy to remember character names unless they were like such a minor character I forgot their existence, or if it was a book I just wasn't interested in and ended up DNFing.
Yeah.
I might just be like, I don't even remember their names. Like that's how it is for Red Queen. I DNF'd that last year, I think it was, or maybe the year before that. But I don't even remember the characters' names. Like I don't remember anything from what I read. Like I just did not care about it.
Yeah, no, I can understand. That's why, that series, that book, I can't remember what I read after that. I guess, it was like in the middle of May that I did my little wrap up. So I was like, I've been reading other books. What were their names again? And then I'd gone on vacation right after I finished the book. So how am I supposed to remember those stupid little names? Trash people. No thanks.
Yeah, I get that. In the Grishaverse, it can be hard to remember some of the characters' last names. Like like their last names are something else. I mean, for the most part, I feel like a lot of their first names aren't that, different or unique or anything, but their last names is like real fantasy words that are very hard to remember. Like, David's last name is, I'm probably gonna say it wrong. I always feel like I say it wrong, but I think it's Caustic? David Caustic? No, I think I'm doing that wrong. See what I mean? Like their names are, their last names are just so different.
Yeah, no, totally.
It's harder to remember last names, anyways.
I've read 8 books. Well, good
Nice.
for you. You are doing way better than us.
Yeah, definitely.
I know technically people are like, it doesn't matter how many books you read. Come on. To read 8 books already, that's a good job. Good job. A little round of applause for you. Great job, Tina. I wish I read that many books. But hey, maybe with this readathon, I'll be reading way more. We shall see.
I'm hoping for that too. I was doing good, better at the beginning of the month, but I don't know. Last few days, I've just been laying down, not doing much.
Yeah, totally. LOL, that's why I never give my characters last names if I can help it.
I usually give them last names, but and I find it easier to remember my own characters' last names than.
I mean, it's your creation. You should remember, you know.
Yeah, true. But sometimes I feel like there are characters that I end up forgetting to give last names. Like I was working on The Witch of Light, which is my most recent published book, and I was um when I was working on that, there was a side character who had kind of become more than just a side character at that point, and I was like, I was gonna say her full name, well, not her middle name, but like her middle and last name, and I was like, wait a minute, did I even give this character a last name? And I had to go back and scroll through and see if I even ever gave her a last name because I didn't want to contradict myself, and so I was like, because I completely forgot if I even gave her a last name. And this other character in that book, I don't think I gave a last name to. I just totally forgot to.
Yeah.
Names are hard.
I'm hoping this week to do much better with my screen time. I do not want to go over the top with it because it got pretty bad last week. So I want to do good this time. I know. No, like, yeah, one of the days, guess how much I spent on it?
What?
On my phone.
How much?
13 hours and 48 minutes. That is more than half the day. What? Why? Oh my gosh. And you know, it was mostly on Twitter. That is trash. I cannot do that again. I will not do that again. I cannot.
And I really don't care how much screen time I have. I mean, some days I have very little, and then some days I have nothing but screen time. It just depends on my mood and how I'm feeling that day. I'll be like last couple of days I've just been feeling meh, so I've just been lying down watching TV.
Yeah.
Scrolling through Facebook or Twitter.
Yeah. Finder has been using my stuff, but I haven't even been on Finder. That's just dumb. Whatever. It's trying to say I've been on Finder for 4 hours and 53 minutes. Guess what, bucko? I have not. Whatever. This thing, I swear. Sometimes the computer is an interesting thing that does not do its job quite well.
I have problems with the internet. I was trying to apply for a job and the application's online, and I was like, I couldn't figure it out. And this is why I think that paper applications should be a given to every place because the internet sucks. I'm probably the only person in this generation who hates like the internet, but I do. I'm very old school despite my very young age.
Yeah.
Are you looking at how many hours you were on?
I had looked at it, and then I was just trying to see my analytics. But yeah. Where is it? Okay. Most romance readers I follow read 20 to 70 books a month.
Wow.
My guy, what? That's crazy. I cannot imagine that. That's crazy.
I mean, I'm a fantasy reader, so a lot of the books I read are more on the bigger scale anyways.
Yeah. It's all very relative. To my family, reading 4 books a month is insane. Right. Yeah.
True. Definitely. I mean, I'm not in, like, most of my family aren't really that big of readers, so I get it.
Yeah. Social media gets me too down, so I gotta limit it. I know. I know.
I just don't.
It does such a good job making you angry, sad, blah blah blah. It's like, why do we keep going to it? It's such a bad idea.
That's why I don't if I see something about real life stuff, I just scroll past it. Like I don't care about real life stuff. I mean, I'm on social media to be happy.
Yeah.
So it's like, no, thank you.
Uh-huh. Totally. Oh, I was so happy today. So I've been on my Depop, trying to sell. And for the last month and a half, I have not made a single sale. But I was so happy today. I checked my email and it turned out there's like a shipping label and stuff. And someone finally bought something. I was so happy. So I'm very happy. It's like maybe people are gonna start buying again. It's like, yes, I want to make some income here with my books,
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I definitely get that. Yeah, marketing is hard, and it's been very hard for me to sell books at the moment.
Yeah. So what are you gonna do, Joharra, for that prompt? Get lost, go somewhere in town you've never been.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't go out much, but I did live here before when I was younger. I grew up here before I moved to Florida for a few years, and so I have no idea. Like, it's a relative. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a small town. Like, I've been to smaller towns, but it's definitely not a big town. It's so I guess it is more on the relatively smaller side, but it's still not a very small town, And
Yeah.
so it's not like there are too many places I can really go in town, and so I have no idea. Like, I mean, I feel like, and I don't know if I even would remember. Like, I did live here all those years ago, and it's like, do I? So I don't remember where I went to when I was a kid.
Well, I don't think, you have to worry too much about that. Just somewhere you've never been now, I don't think it's too bad there. Just someplace you don't recognize, I would guess, would be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to do because I've been considering going to the gym. I could just go in a different part of Florida that I've never been. There's plenty of places like that. Like, I have not been like going around. I'm more of a stay-at-home
Me too.
person, so.
Me too. I don't go to town. I stay home in my little dungeon. I call my basement my dungeon.
Oh, I see.
So this is where I stay, in my dungeon. I do not like the outside world. But the first 4 books in Charmed, I was able to find prompts for. So I have one of them for the read a book under 200 pages, obviously, and then I have one of those for my prompt, read a book entirely outside because it's hot outside. I don't want to be outside. So it's like, these books are small. If I'm going to read a book entirely outside, I want it to be a small book.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, totally.
And those books, like, I could probably read 4 of them in a day. Like, I'm gonna go and grab one because these are small.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad
at all. Small. Yeah, they're most of them are around 180 pages. This one is 181, so they're around 180 pages for the most part. So yeah. They're very small, very easy to read. I've been meaning to read them for a while. I haven't yet because I am missing one book, but it is the second to last book I'm missing because these books are hard to find. And they're expensive for some reason, probably because of a hit TV show is based off of.
Right, yeah. I was trying to see if the kids' books, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, were under 200 pages. Apparently not. I mean, they are 226 pages, but that is not below 200. So I'm going to have to figure it out. I don't know. I was even looking Let me see if I can find one. I don't really think. Yeah, I was looking because I have one that is under 200 pages. However, I'd have to read the sequel, the other sequel, and then I would get to the book. And it's like to read 2 fantasy books before I even get to this little one. I don't know if that is really realistic just to hit this one prompt. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. And I tried to look in my TBR to see a smaller book, but I don't really think I found one.
Yeah.
Let me just look by page. And that's what's a shame too, that sometimes it does not have it or something. Like I look by, unless it does not show me. That's stupid. It doesn't show me. Anyway, it did at one point, but anyway, I'm gonna have to find something. I know a lot of sci-fi novellas. If you're interested in some Rex, Tiffany, yes, I would be very interested. So, Robin, if you want to, like, either provide some Rex down below or in the DMs on Twitter, please let me know. I would like some help. A lot of independent published romances are under 200. Oh, really? That's really interesting. Well, that's good for me to know. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tina. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to read more indie books. But like I said, I read fantasy, so those even indie books aren't going to be under 200 pages. I'm a strictly fantasy reader.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you're strictly contemporary or romance.
Well, not totally strictly, but that's more like my niche, my stick, that sort of thing. But yeah, most of the time that's what I'm about. So
yeah, Seekers, my obsession with Seekers. I always consider like action and adventure because that is the most of it, but I never really consider it fantasy. But I was thinking about it the other day, and technically it has fantasy elements because one of the characters is a shapeshifter, which is part of fantasy because it has a magical ability. And I was like, I guess that is fantasy after all, a little bit.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I had opened Apple Books, and for some reason it was still on. And maybe that's why Finder thought, oh, this is how much screen time you have. That is so stupid. I swear, this whole screen time thing that these computers think they have figured out, no, you are wrong. That is so silly. Let me see. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure it out. But perform a random act of kindness. Do you know what you think you're gonna do for that one?
I do not know, but I don't think it should be too hard. I try to do that whenever I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think it'll be too hard. Participate in an Instagram challenge. Even though I have Instagram, I'm not like I'm not on it as much as Facebook or Twitter. I try to post every so often just so I'm active.
Yeah.
I think I used to be more active on it than I am now, but I have no idea what it exactly is an Instagram challenge, so I'm gonna have to look that up.
Mm-hmm.
Make a piece of art inspired by a book. Do you have anything planned?
Well, I mean, obviously that's just gonna have to be, I feel like that's a prompt that's gonna have to be when we get to it,
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll have to think about it, what I'm gonna do there. Like I said, it's either gonna be I draw something or maybe I'll like do a video on it because that is, visual art. So it's like, hey, I'll just have to figure out which way I'm gonna go for that.
Yeah.
My favorite series got removed from Kindle Unlimited. Aw, that's too bad. But I don't have Kindle Unlimited. I was considering getting it, but yeah, still don't have that. I only have the standard like Prime, allowance. But it is a shame. Like I was trying to find, I found a few books over these past few months, but I did not find anything recent. I mean, there's like this book, Dear Enemy, that I'm considering reading in general, not for the 200 books, 200 pages thing, but gonna have to figure it out. I don't want another bad um, novella to read. I want something good, you know?
Yeah, I get that. Movie night. Watch a movie set at the beach. You
Yeah.
have an idea?
So I know technically it's not a movie, but I am considering maybe I'll just count it as the Summer I Turned Pretty TV show when I watch that. But like I said, the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, I looked it up and it said takes place at the beach, or at least some parts are taking place at the beach. Like I looked it up and it said so I'm like, oh, maybe I'll watch that because there are a lot of taking place at the beach movies that I've watched. Like there's Soul Surfer. Apparently Weekend at Bernie's counts. 51st Dates. Like there's a few. Obviously, if it's set in Hawaii, most of the time there's some beach footage.
Yeah, that one was hard for me because like again, I mean with TV I don't just watch fantasy like I do with reading, but fantasy is still my favorite genre. And so I was like, have I ever actually seen a movie that's taken place at the beach? And then it just popped in my head one day. I'm like, wait, there's Teen Beach Movie. I mean, I don't
Right. Yes.
and it has Teen Beach Movie in the name. I don't love the movie, but I do like it, at least the first one. And so I figured I haven't watched it in quite a while, so I figured why not?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, absolutely.
Write a letter to a friend.
Yeah, that should be fun. Good evening. Hello.
Hi.
Let us know what you're reading.
Yeah.
Love to know.
I know what one
I'm very excited about doing this readathon. It should be fun. Like I said, I want to have some good summer vibes. I want to really participate in a readathon because I'm pretty sure the last time I did was like 2 years ago. So it's like I really want to do it.
Yeah, I only participate in a couple a year, I think, because it does kind of take a lot of effort. Like there's some people that do like 3 to 5 a month, and I'm like, no, thank you. Like
It just feels way too stressful.
I have to
do that.
Yeah, at least one a month. Like I'm not gonna double up readathons. No, thank you. But I do co-host with Robin and one other person the Most High readathon every October. So that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's really great. I'm reading Emma by Jane Austen. Really want to finish it before the end of the month. Awesome. That's great.
Hope you're enjoying it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool.
It's 7:30. Do you want to do another sprint?
Yeah, let's do it. So we'll do that for 30 minutes. So we'll be back at the start. So happy reading, everyone. Hey, how are everyone's sprints?
Hello.
How are your sprints, Joharra?
Good. I finished the chapter I was reading and started the next chapter. It's getting good. Yeah, I'm really enjoying what I've been reading, and I'm very happy with the turn it's been going. I'm very intrigued for what's to come. How about you?
Give me just 1 second.
You're good.
I thought I could handle it with a little light, but it just wasn't enough. So I was like, I gotta do this one. My sprint was small. I got distracted by Twitter again. I know. I'm doing bad. I'm bad. But hopefully I can get more into it. But, it's kind of going through the whole thing. I don't know. I feel like I might be getting a little bit sick and tired of fake dating. Like the fake dating trope. It's like, we get it. Someone isn't into the other one and the other one is, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, come on.
I haven't really seen fake dating, but the concept doesn't really interest me.
I finished editing the video. Now just exporting it, which takes forever. Yep. I had a much harder time. I used to have a pretty old MacBook Air. It was refurbished, and that was like when I got it was 2014, and I had it like so many years. I finally got my new computer. It took forever. I only got it last year, and it's so much faster. It's so much easier to just export my videos. It's like done. It's like yes, so much better.
Done now, Robin. It's done.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I read 13 pages. Awesome. That's so great.
The chapters in the Grishaverse books are always so long.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can get more into the book. But if I decide, hey, since I decided not to read the library book so much, if push comes to shove, I'll switch and just read The Summer I Turned Pretty. But hopefully I can get my focus more on the love hypothesis. I'm just gonna have to see. Like it's more like going through the motions. The book hasn't hit the plot yet, Like I gotta give it some time for it to have its groove and stuff like that.
Definitely. I'm almost at 200 pages of my book, so yay! I'm making a dent. I'm getting there.
Great. So how many books are you reading right now? Because you said you still wanted to finish that Kyoshi one or whatever you said.
Yeah. Those are the only two I'm currently reading at the moment. I was reading 4, but I finished Deathly Hallows and Crooked Kingdom.
Awesome.
So now I'm just on 2.
Yeah. Sweet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what I will. I mean, it depends on if I do decide to continue with the love hypothesis or if I decide to do Summer I Turned Pretty. I'm just gonna have to see what book I start with for the month. I don't know why. Every single time I say start for the year, it's like, no, it's the month. But I'm gonna have to see because obviously we've got the Percy Jackson buddy read. I'm just gonna have to see what I decide though.
Yeah, Percy Jackson I'm going to continue. I mean, I have this really good feeling that I'm going to enjoy it, and if I don't, I'll just be much more disappointed.
Yeah. Yeah, time's just gonna have to tell, I guess.
Yeah, I own the Percy Jackson series and the spin-off series, and I plan on reading them both.
Awesome. Do you have all of them or just the first book?
All of them.
Nice. I need to play my TBR game, actually. I'm so nervous for July. Ooh, fun.
Interesting.
Very exciting. I love those TBR games. They can be really cool.
They
But it
can.
would never work for me. I couldn't let the TBR decide my reads. Like, it's hard
Yeah,
enough
I
for me
can't
to pick
either.
my own reads, you know?
Yeah, like it just depends on um my mood, like what I'm in the mood for that month, and that's what
Mhm.
decides.
Yeah. Hmm. I read 8 pages of Tears of Tess. It is literally so dark and disgusting. This author is wild and I love it. Oh my gosh.
As
I'm
long as
sure
you
I
love
could
it.
not handle it. Wow. Yeah, you're stronger with that, Tina, than I am. That's for sure. I could not handle that. Nope. It sounds rough, and you haven't even told us the nitty gritty of it. It's like, oh no. Oops.
What exactly happens in dark romance? Like, is it like horror romance? I'm not entirely sure.
No, it's more like, kind of like taboo situations, like some bad things that, would be considered problematic. I've definitely seen synopses like that.
Hmm.
It's a kidnapping romance. Yeah, things like that. Like, oh,
Yeah, I don't think so.
yeah. I'm having my mom play my TBR game and choose my books so that could really be reading anything. I have no control. She knows 2 books I need to read though, so hoping she can add at least one of them. Well, that's cool. That's really
Yeah, I've
cool.
seen those kind of videos. Like my sister chooses my TBR, and I thought that'd be fun too. But at the same time, what if the person that I choose to do that chooses books that I'm not in the mood for? Like,
Exactly.
then will I have to read those, or will I just end up going completely away from my TBR? And it's probably
Right.
going to be the latter.
Yeah, exactly. It would be too much. I'd be like, no. But I do think it's cute. There's this one girl I've watched sometimes, and one of her prompts for the TBR game is she has her cat, like she puts treats on each book and has her cat choose the book. I mean that's cute, but I don't think my cat would ever do that. I don't know if she'd sniff enough about the the food, but maybe she would. Who can say? That would be interesting though. The main character is on a trip with her boyfriend and she gets kidnapped, trafficked, and sold to this man. The man is her love interest.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, definitely
that's
doesn't.
exactly what I'm not going to be going for. Ah.
Especially
Oh,
things that happen in trafficking. Like, I'm not comfortable with anything, you know, sexual or anything. And it sounds like a book like that could get pretty like that. And that's something I'm just not comfortable with. So definitely not my sort of thing.
yeah. Pet pics are always a favorite of mine. I know, right? It's so cute.
Yeah, they can always be interesting. It's fun watching TBR games, but uh, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm really happy that I am like actively aware that, the month is almost ending. So hopefully this time I will actually be on the proper hype train for the June wrap ups, the July TBRs. Hopefully I can get my videos out there. But I do want to watch some, people and see what they're going to be reading or what they have read this past month. I've been getting more into booktube, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe one of these days I'll try a TBR game just for fun, but I
Yeah.
probably won't follow it
Mhm.
unless it actually picks some books that I'm, want to try, want to
Mhm.
read. Like then.
Yeah. Are
Yeah.
you getting tired?
Apparently, uh, I can't stop yawning.
Yeah. Yeah, there is sexual assault between the main characters. Uh-oh. It's all about knowing your trigger warnings and making yourself comfortable in separating fiction and reality.
Yeah, I'm good with separating fictional from reality, and it's not even that it's sexual assault. I mean, as bad as that is that I am asexual myself, and I'm not comfortable with reading or watching or participating in anything like that. So I'm just completely, it's just that something that's not right for me. If it's good for you, then that's great, but it's just something that's not good for me.
Mm.
But yeah, dark romance does not seem like something I will ever get into.
Yeah. I am probably going to finish my chapter of Emma and head to bed as it's 2:10 a.m. for me.
Oh
Wow, that's so late. Well, I'm
yeah,
really happy that you've been, you know, staying on our sprint. That's really cool.
yeah, yeah. It's only 8:12 for me and 9:12 for her
Yeah.
in the PM. So
Yeah.
we still have a few hours before we probably will go to bed.
Yep. No, but I will definitely be more like awake as long as actually I'm sorry, I don't know how to properly pronounce your name if I'm saying that wrong. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm usually up that late, you know. It's like but usually of course it can be so much easier to just be on your phone versus like on here on cameras, you know, like around the 4 or 5 hour mark usually both of us were starting to get tired, but usually it's more like there's so much energy doing things here, but then the second I'm on my phone I'm like I could be awake for a whole long time. Okay.
Oh, that's great. Another asexual, because we are hard to find. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out my sexuality again, which can be stressful. Because I think I might be an aro ace lesbian. Like, I have romantic attraction for women, but it's like more on the smaller side, you know? Like, I'm not as interested or into dating as most people or romantic relationships as a whole.
Hmm. I'm just looking at the it's totally unrelated to what you were saying. I was just gonna say I was looking back at the Summer Splash readathon. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still not sure about the read a book that is under 200 pages. I find it funny though that it's called Easy Breezy, and here I am not being so easy breezy about it because I'm like, what should I pick? But I guess maybe I'll have to figure it out as the time comes around, you know?
Yeah. I mean, hopefully, you'll find something. I mean, Robin said she could give you some sci-fi novella picks.
I know. That's gonna hopefully help me out because I'm just like I'm struggling. I don't know.
Yeah.
But one thing is the Sandcastle read a book featuring royalty, and I'm gonna read. Well, my plan is to read a book on my physical TBR called American Royals. It's like an alternate reality where instead of George Washington deciding to enact presidency and stuff like that, he decided because they did offer George Washington a crown, instead he would take it and we'd be stuck in a monarchy in America. It's like, man, it's a good thing that didn't happen. But it would be really interesting to see, and so that's kind of what the book kind of delves into. Some looking
Yeah.
at that.
Interesting. Yeah, for the royalty one, I'm gonna do a whole new world. It's the
Oh yeah,
Aladdin Twisted Tales one.
right. Yeah, cool, 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 cool.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like I wanted to see if I could find a prompt for my two most anticipated ones for the Twisted Tales. But my two anticipated ones are the two without royalty. Mulan and I almost said Aladdin. Nope, Mulan and Alice in Wonderland. Those are the ones I most anticipated for. Those two don't have royalty. But then I was like, you know what? I really want to read the Aladdin one too, so I'll just add that too.
Yeah,
Like
no,
for the
that's really cool.
for the other two, one of them has an a non-white author, so I'm using that for that prompt, and then for one of them has a female author, so I'm using that for that prompt.
Awesome. That's
So
great.
I'm still able to add them, which is nice.
Yeah. Going to jump off now, but thank you for the sprints, and I hope you both have a lovely night. Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah,
I hope you have a great night. Great. Yeah, well, that's really exciting, Joharra, getting those books in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to just figure out, let me just look at the books I've got. Gonna figure out either I'm gonna read The Summer of Broken Rules, The Summer of Skinny Dipping, or Summer I Turned Pretty. Childhood favorite, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, probably. And then Percy Jackson. And then, movie to watch, either Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, Summer I Turned Pretty TV show. And then with the touch grass, read one book entirely outside. I don't have an actual book plan, but the idea of it, I'm planning to do like audiobooks reading while I go on some walks early in the day because it's been crazy hot. So hopefully it will be at least somewhat manageable early in the day. So that is my plan there. And then read a book with yellow on the cover. I've got a few physical books. So I've been talking about considering Luckiest Girl Alive. And what's cool about that one is there is a movie coming out. So maybe I'll read the book before the movie. I'll have to see. There's also Verify or Mind Games. So I'll have to figure it out. The next one is Not My Problem. So I'll figure out about that one. Most of this, well, some of it is my physical TBR, which is good. And then, like I said, branch out. I'll probably do a fantasy book on my physical TBR. And then for Hot Girl Summer, read a book written by a woman. I'll probably do an Emily Henry book. And then spice it up. I'll do Angel Fall because I do want to reread that. And then, like I said, read a translated work, The Forgotten Books, and then Royalty, American Royals. And I'll see about that last one, reading someone else's favorite book for The Love Hypothesis, if I'm still reading it in July. I'll have to figure something else out if it's not available,
Yeah. Tina says she's bi and gray sexual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am on the asexual spectrum. I'm at the point where I'm like disgusted by sex or anything sexual, and then for aromantic, if I am aromantic, which I think I am, I'm get gray romantic where I have little attraction. Yeah, sexuality can be hard.
I didn't read when I was younger, so what to do for that? Well, maybe just read something that's more like middle grade or children's. Maybe that could be good.
Yeah.
I started reading at 14, so I could read a book from back then, even though I'm 17. Yeah, that could work.
Yeah.
No, it's not like that. It's called Angel Fall by Susan E. It's this young adult sci-fi fantasy sort of thing where like angels, there's an angel apocalypse, and it's a great book. I love that book. It's like my favorite book. Sent a few sci-fi novella recs to you on Twitter, Tiffany. I could suggest more, but I wasn't sure how you feel about classic sci-fi. Well, thank you so much, Robin. I really appreciate that, you were recommending to me. I hope I can find one that I am actively interested in too. That should be really good. Yeah, and like I said, that I just remembered that one sci-fi book I was talking about with the read a book in a genre outside your comfort zone, or when you don't typically read. I don't typically read sci-fi, even though I am somewhat interested in it. I don't read it that much. So that one book I was telling you guys about, where it's like there's an apocalypse and she's isolated from a lot of other people, but it turns out it was all a lie. I mean, that sounds so interesting, and I'm kind of like, hey, maybe I should read it. Maybe that could be my audiobook thing too. I will have to see.
If you do decide to read fantasy, I could always give you some recommendations for that.
Awesome, thank you. If you want to comment it in Twitter or whatever, that'd be nice and helpful. I remember I really enjoyed this one young adult book. I'm trying to remember what it was called. was it called? Graceling. I don't know if you ever read that, Joharra, but Graceling. I really enjoyed that one.
I've heard of it, but I heard the name. Don't really know what it's about, but I've never read it.
That sounds like Kimmy Schmidt. I actually never watched that show, but I do remember the trailers. So yeah, I guess it is kind of like that. I'm gonna have to see about it though. You know, if I decide to read it for this prompt or just in July. You know, gonna have to share the thoughts or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, read a childhood favorite. I was trying to figure out what to do because I have plenty, but it's like I did just do a whole bunch of rereads. So I was like, do I have any more books I can reread? But then the series that I'm reading, The Secrets of the Immortal Nicholas Flamel, I actually did read it once when I was like 15. So I was like, that works for that because I did read it before when I was a kid. It was just a really long time ago, so I barely remember it. So it's like reading it again for the first time.
Yeah. You watched it, didn't you, Joharra?
Yeah, I did. I binged it shortly after it went on Netflix, and I really enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It was different because I'm a fan of vampires, so I've seen plenty of vampire shows, and there's always the whole human and vampire thing. Then there's the whole Buffy the Vampire Slayer show, which I absolutely love, and I mean Buffy, who's a vampire slayer, keeps falling in love with vampires, and so this was a different take on that because it was sapphic, and I just ate it up. I fell in love with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Robin, it is sapphic, and I love that concept.
Yeah, I'm a little just speaking of like movies and TV shows and stuff, I haven't been really watching anything, which has me bummed out. I do like to watch things. I mean, my dad and I we rewatched, I think I mentioned, no, I don't think I did mention it. We rewatched Jurassic Park, and that was really fun. But that was a little while ago. But I really want to watch the Summer to Pretty TV show. But again, I am challenging myself to wait to reread the book. And it's like, I want to watch the show now. And it's so frustrating because now my YouTube recommended has like been showing clips of it. It's like, stop it. I have not watched it yet. Don't spoil me. Did you ever watch that? I never watched it.
That's for Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, did you watch it?
Yeah, I am in love with it. I've watched it like a million times. It's one of my all-time favorite TV shows, and I am 110% Team Spike. Angel got on my nerves. I did like him more on the spin-off show Angel, and I like him with Cordelia because I feel like with Buffy and Spike, Spike made Buffy laugh and generally happy, just like Cordelia did for Angel. When Buffy and Angel were together, it's like they were always like all depressed and brooding, and it's like, no, if you're together and supposedly in love, you guys should be more happy than this. Let's be real.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Team Spike forever, yes.
Yeah, I never watched it. I know it's available on Prime right now. I don't know. I don't know if I would like. I mean, I know I used to like some vampire stories, but I don't know. I used to really get into the Vampire Diaries, but I don't know. That show just really wasn't my thing. And I don't like how there were like so many other creatures. I didn't like that.
I liked that because it was.
Well, it's just for me that I kind of like more like a vampire-centric story, and it didn't like all the other stuff. And yes, a lot of the characters I didn't like, so I was like, no, this is not the show for me.
Yeah, I have a very unpopular opinion with the Vampire Diaries, which I cannot stand David Salvatore.
100%, yes.
Really? Thank you. Someone else agrees because he's like a fan favorite. He is most people's favorite character, and I'm like, I hate him.
He's the worst. He is the worst. Come on! He's a total jerk, and he just sucks. And also, I don't care who hears it from me. He is ugly. I don't care. I don't care how many people say he's sexy or attractive or whatever. Are you blind? Can you see? Come on, people.
Yeah, and another thing with Buffy the Vampire Slayer, another reason why I choose Spike over Angel is because when Angel lost his humanity, he no longer loved Buffy, but Spike fell in love with Buffy without his humanity, which also proved that he loved her more because he could love her without his humanity.
Yeah, I can totally see that. Yeah. I love the Vampire Diaries. Team Demon, 10,000%. Man, that's a lot. But in the books, Team Stefan. I like Stefan. I do.
I like Stefan.
Definitely Team Stefan. But of course, it also helps that, the actor is very attractive.
But I don't like Elena. I don't hate her like I do Damon, but I don't like Elena. So I like Stefan, and I don't want Stefan to be with Elena because I feel like he deserves better. I actually really liked him with Caroline.
Yeah, I was about to say, did you like the ship? Mm-hmm.
Yes, Caroline's my favorite character, and she had the best growth, and she was the best character by the end. And I really liked their relationship, and it was it was amazing because it was like such a slow burn, and apparently the directors had considered putting them together all the way back in season 2, so it was a real slow burn, and they had this awesome friends to lovers aspect to it too, and I'm still mad that they killed off Stefan and like seriously they killed off Stefan and Enzo, so Caroline and Bonnie were all all sad without their love interest, people they were in love with, and then they let Elena be with David, which she wasn't even in the last 2 seasons. Really?
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
In the books, Elena is so much more selfish, but she knows it. She's like, yeah, I'm selfish, so what?
Oh, wow. I tried getting into the book. Same with Pretty Little Liars. But I DNF'd them in the first book because it's like they were so much different than the series, and I actually preferred the series. So I never even finished.
Yeah. Elena has the same arc in the books Caroline does in the show. So she said she turned into a vampire and becomes a good person. Oh, interesting. It's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only read the first book, and I'm trying to remember how far into the show I got. A few seasons in at least. Definitely when she had turned into a vampire. I think some point around there, I just got tired of it, and I didn't like her attitude. I hated that.
Yeah.
And then that one part where Bonnie died, but then she didn't die. I think around that point I kind of stopped.
Honestly, after a while, I only watched for Caroline, and this is another unpopular opinion, but I actually like the last 2 seasons a little bit more than the rest, just because Elena isn't in there. I feel like it would have been even better if Damon wasn't in there either, and it could have been just about Caroline and Stefan and Bonnie, and I would have been totally fine with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it just depends. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were just a lot of, I don't know, maybe storytelling. Yeah, it just wasn't really my show. There was just a lot of stupid choices being made,
Yeah, definitely. There's nothing between Elena and Damon in the books.
Oh, that should have been in the show. Come on, people.
Interesting.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I think the thing that the issue I really had with the Vampire Diaries, besides Elena and Damon's characters, is love triangles. Love triangles is my least favorite trope, and it's the thing that shakes me off of stories because I hate love triangles. The only reason why I kept going with it was because I had fallen in love with Caroline's character, and I really wanted to keep watching her story. I really didn't care about Elena and Damon's story or the love triangle, and I was so happy when Stefan got away from Elena and started hanging out more with Caroline. I was like, yes.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like the books are a lot different. It sounds, from what I heard about the Pretty Little Liars books, it sounds that way for that too. And it's like, wow, it's like these TV shows just went their own direction.
Yeah. Certainly interesting.
Yeah. It's interesting to see how different a book is to its TV adaptation.
Mm-hmm. Uh, oh, what do you think about Caroline and Cole's?
I did like them together, and I do ship them. I feel like they were really good together, and I like the whole enemies to lovers aspect. And I feel like Caroline is the one person that could really make Klaus a better person. Um, but I do like Caroline and Stefan a little bit more, just because they did have they had such a slow burn, and it's like you could see them evolve from who they were in season 1, who barely spoke, all the way to season 8 when they're falling in love and engaged. And it's like they had such a slow burn romance, and it was so beautiful, and I just prefer it. But I feel like that's such an underrated opinion too. I have a lot of Vampire Diaries underrated opinions.
Yeah. Would you want to do another 3-minute sprint?
Yeah.
Okay, let me find one at O2. I swear I have too many of these and then I never delete them. It's like, Okay. Okay. We will be back at O2. Happy reading.
Happy reading.
All right, how was everyone's sprints?
Good. I'm making a lot of progress, and it's really interesting. Like something happened that I was not expecting, but I absolutely loved, and I'm loving it.
Yay! Well, most of my sprint was spent eating. I finally had some food, but I accomplished it. That's something I did.
Yeah.
But I did read a little bit more. I'm still kind of in just like the boring chapter 2 stage, though. Hopefully, I get past that at some point, you know.
Once you get into it, I'm sure you'll enjoy it a lot more.
Yeah. And everyone in the comments, let us know what you were up to reading wise. Yeah.
If you made any progress.
Yeah. I'm just so much in like I'm gonna watch that show. It's like, no, wait to read this book, then the summer I turn pretty, then you can watch it. And I'm like, I'm gonna watch it right now.
I get that. Yeah, I waited until I finished Crooked Kingdom for the first time at the end of last year before I read Shadow and Bone, because I the King of Scars duology isn't like you don't have to read it first in Shadow and Bone because it is like this whole sequel thing. And Six Crows, even though it is after Shadow and Bone, it's still kind of its own story, like different characters and stuff, just in the same world.
Yeah.
And when I was reading Shadow and Bone Six Crows, I really wanted to watch Shadow and Bone, but I was like, no, I'm gonna finish these. So yeah, but I actually just rewatched Shadow and Bone the other day too, and yeah, I cannot wait for season 2.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll watch the next one. I'm not sure. When it comes out, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I will. Time will have to tell.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
It's 10 o'clock where you're at. Are you getting tired?
No. No,
I
I'm
don't know why.
fine.
I don't
But
know
of
why.
course, I'm a night owl, so that's usually how I roll.
Yeah,
Usually like, woo, ready to go.
I am a night owl myself, but I force myself to stay up during the day. So when I find a job, I can work day shifts and all that.
Yeah.
But I think I'm so tired. I don't usually get tired this early, but last night I could not go to sleep to save the life of me. So it took me hours, and because of that, I am tired now.
Yeah.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah. Read 10 pages of two success. Nice. Nice. Good job.
Are you enjoying it?
Hopefully. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see what video I do next. Cause like part of me is like, yo, I could just do my my June wrap up, but it's like, what if I finish the Love Hypothesis or The Summer I Turned Pretty or whatever I decide to read,
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, true. You could always mention that you're currently reading it and you may or may not finish it by the end of the month.
Well, I usually like to share my thoughts,
True.
So
True.
I at least would have it done.
Yeah.
But then again, I could film some other things I have more prepared. Don't know.
Yeah. I get that.
You know what I'm excited for?
What?
I'm excited for volume 2. Like, people are talking about it more and more about Stranger Things volume 2. I'm like, yes, I am ready to go.
I'm ready
to watch it.
Me too.
Not too many days left. I'm excited.
Yeah. And so much. It feels like there's so much that needs to happen.
Oh,
and
yeah.
From what I hear, there's only going to be 2 more episodes, but they're going to be like really long episodes.
I know the last one is like 2.5 hours. It's like
That's
what?
movie length.
I know, it's crazy.
Why not just make the season a bit longer? Like,
Yeah, I don't know. It is a little weird, isn't it? You know, it's like, huh, that's an interesting choice.
yeah. I mean, every season so far has either had 8 or 9 episodes, so I guess they wanted to continue that trademark.
Oh yeah.
But they still had a lot they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Mm-hmm. I wish I had more to say. Like, it's just hard with like having one book and like barely starting it. Of course, with like a year to the day, I had a lot to say, but I just have to kind of like let the book be and, you know, kind of go through the book and decide
Yeah.
what I'm going to say about it, you know?
I could talk a little bit about Rule of Wolves, about what's going on.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, like, there's 3 main characters, okay? And the 3 main characters are Nina, Zoya, and Nikolai. Nikolai's the king. Zoya is his general who runs the Grisha army, and Nina is a Grisha who is her storyline is a bit different than the others because she isn't in Ravka, which is their country. She's a spy in the country that she hates, the country of people that hate her, but she was tailored so that she looks different.
Right.
It was the country of her dead boyfriends, and it's like they were enemies because.
No, I know the story of Nina Matthias. I read Six of Crows, and then of course the show, you know, did its own thing on it. Yeah.
So, they're trying to stop Matthias's country from. I can never pronounce it. Like, it's weird. Matthias's country to, go to war with Ravka. So Nina is a spy in Matthias's country right now. And there was like this big, it's like this huge twist that happened at the end of the King of Scars, and I don't think I should mention it because it's a twist, but because it's like this huge spoiler. But because of it, Zoya had to leave to and she met up with Alina and Mel. First time they've been on this duology. They haven't been on since the last Shadow and Bone book. But so she's meeting up with them for something very important, and Nikolai has been trying to get married so that he can keep his throne, with the fact that because he's trying to keep his throne and all that, because people are trying to say that they are the real heir because they have the same blood or whatever. So he's been trying to keep his throne, even though him and Zoya have feelings for each other, but they don't think they could ever be together, and neither one of them are willing to admit they have feelings for each other.
I don't like that when they just won't admit it. Yeah.
Right? Not to mention Nina's having. I'm pretty sure I might be completely misreading the thing, but I don't think I am. Nina is having feelings for this girl she's getting close to while she's undercover. But the thing is, so you said you read Six of Crows, right? You read the sequel too? You remember?
No, I didn't read the sequel, but I know what happens to Matthias.
Okay, well, I think he's in the first book, Six of Crows. Jarl Brum.
Oh, who?
Jarl Brum. He was Matthias's mentor. He was in Six of Crows. You just might not remember, but he was Matthias's mentor.
Okay.
And he hated Nina, and she hated him, and the girl Nina's getting close to is his daughter. So there's that.
Awkward. Just real fast, and I'll let you continue. I just wanted to get the comment. Yes, I'm loving it. I thought something was going to happen for a long time that I hate, but it only lasted like a couple pages.
Oh,
Tina, I'm curious about what it was that happened. I hope
Yeah.
it's not too graphic though.
Yeah,
I know it's this dark
definitely.
romance thing, but I kind of, you got my curiosity going. I'm kind of like, what was it? What is this dark thing? All right, go ahead.
But so there's like a lot going on, but all these storylines in the end go together because they're all doing the same thing, trying to prevent this war from happening. Or if they can't prevent the war, they're trying to win it at least. But so at the end of the first book, this isn't the major spoiler I was talking about earlier, but there was someone did try to kill Nikolai, but it didn't work. But someone did want to kill him, so um, so he brought her, the person that had orchestrated his supposed death, to the castle, and because he was supposed to marry her sister, because she was invited for a wedding, but there's a twist because apparently he sent her sister back to her country, and the wedding was for Jenya and David, because um, they had actually already gotten married, but we never saw their wedding, and it said that it was rushed, so it sounds like more like it was an elope sort of thing. And now they're actually getting to say their vows, and I got very excited for that because I love David and Jenya, and we don't get to see them as often because they're not main characters. And David was always my favorite Shadow and Bone character, and my King of Scars favorite character. So I'm always happy when he's on the page. Like I get so excited because I love David. And David and Jenya's relationship is so cute.
Well, I remember him in the show, you know, when he does that, and he's like, "Yes, David."
Yes, I'm pretty sure he was written to have Asperger's syndrome. I mean, that's just the vibe I get from him. Which I love the representation. But he's such a cinnamon roll. He's so adorable and sweet and pure and innocent, and I love him. And him and Jenya's relationship is so sweet. It's like she was that beautiful, popular girl that everybody wanted, but she wanted the one guy that didn't really notice her beauty. He liked her for her, and it's just such a sweet little romance I like.
Nice. That's cool.
But that's where I'm at right now, where they just exchanged their vows and kissed, and that's kind of where I left off at.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so real fast. The main character test was broken. I should give it into everything. Been okay with everything he was doing to her. She'd given into protect herself, and she got out of that and is okay new. I'm actually kind of confused with that info. I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. Got a little confused there. What was happening? That's certainly interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever read a dark romance before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have not. I mean, I've definitely read a bully romance before, and I'll never do that again. Oh, there was this awful one. I can't remember what disorder he had. It was some sort of disorder where, like, it's an actual thing that doctors, psychiatrists, or psychologists, whichever, they legit recommend that someone with this disorder does not get with people. And yeah, he was like so horrible and abusive. He literally wanted to kill her. He tried to bleep her. I was like, bruh, it was awful. It was just awful. And I hated how it was like somehow justified, or the fact that she's like, oh, I'm trying to campaign for people to, like care about someone with this disorder. It's like, dude, this guy's a monster. You're just doing a horrible job here, And yeah, that was just awful. It was a Wattpad thing. It was so bad.
Oh.
Sorry, I typed that wrong. She gave in to everything. Oh. Yikes. I don't know about that.
Is it going to be like Stockholm Syndrome where she falls in love with him?
Broken is a mental state. I don't if it's scientifically real because all of her trauma and pain becomes like a shell of herself, a robot. What? She stopped being in that state after a couple minutes. That's certainly interesting. Oh, you don't know if it's scientifically real because all of her trauma and pain becomes like, oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
Kind of rough. Yeah, like dissociating or something, or I don't know. That sounds a little wild.
Yeah. So how much of the Grishaverse have you read? Like, was it just Six of Crows?
Just the one book. Just the one.
Just Six of Crows.
Yeah.
I love this universe. Six of Crows is definitely by far my favorite, but Shadow and Bone was really good, and so is King of Scars.
Nice.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I definitely know that. Oh, I was just gonna say, I definitely know that. What's her name? What is her name? The author.
Leigh Bardugo.
Yeah, I definitely know her writing is not my thing. You know, like I just did not like that at
I
all.
get that. I love her writing. Like I was rereading Six of Crows this month for Pride Month, since there's some LGBTQ characters. With Jesper and Nina being bisexual and Wyland being gay. I'm pretty sure he's gay because I don't think he ever talks about girls. But I was rereading it and I was like, I really like I feel like I know a lot of stories have this whole point about coming out and stuff, and it can be important because it can be difficult to come out when you have when in real life, you know. But I feel like sometimes it should be about I just feel like sometimes like LGBTQ couples, it should be more normalized than it is. You know, they always make a big deal out of it, and Leigh Bardugo, at least in the Grishaverse, is the only books of hers I've ever read. But she always like sprinkles in the LGBTQ characters and acts as if it's as normal as straight characters, and I absolutely love that. Something not every story does.
Sorry if I'm talking too much. No, not at all. You know, this is kind of what we're doing here. We're trying to talk about books. No, you're in the right place to talk about books. But I'm not referring to Stockholm syndrome, like she's completely empty emotionally. It's not fake feelings, it's no feelings. Yeah, I'm still kind of confused, honestly. Is it dissociation? I don't know. That's crazy. Yeah, she's just kind of like, yeah, I mean, that would be a hard situation to deal with.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, yeah, that'd be tough.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
But even though you didn't didn't read the rest of the Grishaverse, you still watched the show.
Yeah, I was definitely curious about it. And it's much easier to just watch a show than read 3 books when you don't even really want to do that, you know?
Yeah, I get that. I really enjoy the show. I feel like it's one of the better adaptations from book
Okay.
to
You
TV.
know, someone said, no one can say it's a good adaptation. It's good on its own, but it's not a good adaptation in the sense that it doesn't, you know, it's nothing like the books because obviously Shadow and Bone was its own thing before Six of Crows or whatever. So that's what some people think.
Yeah, I get that, but the thing is, they did. It's not like they did the whole Shadow and Bone Alina storyline and then the storyline the Crows had in Six of Crows. This is before Six of Crows. So
but it wasn't like anything in the books, you know. It is its own thing, and that's what it's trying to do. But I was just gonna read off, yes, like dissociation from anything ever. Wow, that's wild. I don't know how someone could come back from that and then fall in love. But I know a book's a book, it's gonna do its thing, but nope, couldn't be me. Oh no, that's so awful.
Yeah.
Man.
But yeah, a lot is going on in this book, and I'm intrigued to see what else.
Yeah.
There's like this the Grishaverse does this, and it's like they have these parts like this, these parts, and so I'm hoping to at least get to that today. And I don't think it'll be too hard. I just have this left to get to that.
Cool. Definitely cool. Yeah. I'm gonna just have to see. Like, I guess it would be nice to like have a little stack of books to show for like my TBR for this coming month. But it's still again hard for me to kind of like be like, and this book, because it's like some of them I don't know. Like I'll be like, these books are options. We're gonna have to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so scary. In these books, being broken is discussed a lot as something they never want to happen. Yeesh, it's rough. My goodness.
Have you figured out what to do for read one book entirely outside? Are you gonna do
Yeah,
it?
like I said, I don't know what book specifically, but like I said, I'm gonna listen to an audiobook and I'll be like,
Oh right,
doing
you did
some
say that.
like maybe an hour or two walk, outside or something, but early in the day. I'm
Yeah.
not going to go out there to get all hot. But I just hope July will not hurt me too bad there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that should be hopefully good. And I hope it would work out that I would like, because sometimes even late at night, it's still 90 degrees, which is insane, you know? But I hope early in the day it'll work out. But uh maybe I can do a 6-hour audiobook, like 3 consecutive mornings or something, or
Yeah.
something like that, you know? I'll try.
Yeah. Read a book with a queer main character or author. Have you come up with one for that?
Yeah, like I said, the Not My Problem one is
Ah.
one I have. And it's a book I got recently, so that'll work out.
For me,
Uh,
I'm
oh,
doing the sequel to the Shadow of Kyoshi because I don't think I'll be able to get to it this month. Because Kyoshi's bisexual and she has a girlfriend on there. So
mhm. I hate being outside in the summertime. I think I'm going to read like that 50-page novella for that prompt. Nice. Maybe something fun and crazy like Jessica Kane. Right?
I'm not a fan of being outside at all, especially in the summertime.
Do you like being outside in the snow?
Yeah, I like the snow. But I'm still not much of an outside person, so I still don't go out there that often.
Yeah.
But I do definitely prefer it.
Only outside if you have to.
Yeah, pretty much. That's me. I'm a homebody.
Yep, that's me. Yeah, that's what I like that I have been doing, like trying to do daily walks. I didn't get to walk today, but hopefully I'll keep it up with walking. It is nice to walk. I walk 2-3 times a day sometimes. That's nice.
I don't.
Also, I love when authors do that. Characters.
Yeah, where they don't just have this whole coming out thing and they're just queer and it's just they have a relationship with the same sex or something like that and it's just so obvious and so simple like how they do with straight characters. I absolutely love that and I don't see enough of it. There was another book I read this month. It was a reread. It's Hocus Pocus and the All New Sequel, and I love it. And it's 25 years later after, and it's about Max and Alice's daughter Poppy, and um, it was and she's a lesbian. She has a crush on this girl, but they made it so simple, like they would a straight couple. She was in the hallway with her best friend when Isabella walks over, and Travis makes a little comment about her crush, and I'm like, that was just so simple, and they didn't try to pressure it or anything, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else. Mm. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to participate in an Instagram challenge like I'd said a little while ago. I mean, maybe I'll like look on the Instagram if I have access without actually being on Instagram in an Instagram account, and maybe I'll just like do it not for the sake of getting the points for Instagram, but I could still do it. I'll see about that. That could still be
Yeah,
nice.
I have 2 Instagram accounts. My
Hmm.
main one, and then my like Bookstagram.
Yeah, I do not want to touch Instagram because I remember uh with Seki, and then also, I was a little too obsessed even when I didn't mean to. A lot of time spent on that.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do every one of the life challenges.
I
But
just saw. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying I don't think I'm gonna do all the life challenges. Some of those seem a little bit harder.
Which one?
I don't know. Like being your favorite character all day. I
Yeah,
mean, I might
that
dress
sounds
up.
hard.
Yeah. And I mean, going out to town. I mean, that doesn't sound as hard as the others, but it's just too much effort. Especially
Yeah,
since I
no.
don't drive and it might take my mom or dad out of the way. Yeah,
Hmm.
I don't have a license, so.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I was just gonna say I'm really happy because I happened to look on my YouTube analytics, and apparently Robin did. She has her Summer Slash Readathon
Yeah, I saw
TBR out now, and I'm like, oh my gosh! After our live show, I'm so gonna watch it. I'm so
that.
excited.
I can't wait to see what her picks are.
Yeah, I know, right? And that's what I'm saying is so cool about a readathon, where it's like there's so many to choose from. Like
Yeah,
there's gonna be so many different books that I never even heard about or considered.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I do think that one will be fun. I like a Picasso make a piece of art inspired by a book. I'm like, woo, cool. I definitely
Yeah,
want to do that one. That could be really fun.
yeah, it could be.
Yeah. And then write a letter to a friend. That shouldn't be too hard. I'm sure I can come up with something.
Yeah, I already know who I want to write to. It's just what I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah, gotta figure out. Wouldn't that be funny though if like the letter you're gonna send is like, well, the actual reason why I'm doing this, and then you kind of like talk about the readathon or something. I don't know. It's like, oh, this is just blah blah blah. It's like, oh, cool.
I mean, the friend I was planning on reading, to do that to, writing that to is a huge reader too.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe like do some recommendations for her or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, it could be nice.
definitely.
Hmm.
She's also a huge Harry Potter fan like myself.
Aw, yeah, something fun. I love month-long readathons because you don't have to have a TBR. You can kind of read when you want and then match it to the prompts. I understand that,
Yeah,
but I usually kind of try to go for like a legit with it. But again, with a lot of books could count with some of these prompts. So I'm gonna
yeah,
be like, this is what I'm thinking about. But
yeah,
sometimes, yeah, I do that too, Tina. Sometimes I read a book and then maybe I fit it to the prompt. But I really want to try this year. I really want to try to participate for this, readathon. I really want to have fun with it. Yeah.
Yeah. I am so excited for the Monster High Readathon in October. The prompts are finished, but I have not come up with the books I'm going to be reading yet. I mean, that's still several months away, and it's like, what will I want to read at that point is the question.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Yeah. Yeah, I am so pleased with how my video that came out today is doing. It is doing so much better than my other videos. I'm like, yes! I'm like, oh yeah, look at all those views. I'm very pleased. I hope it stays up like that, you know.
Yeah.
I would like some good watch time, watch hours, blah blah blah. You know, it's like, and I'm happy today I've gotten more the past couple days I've gotten more subscribers. It's still small, but it's getting there, and I'm very excited about it. The growth,
Yeah.
like, yeah, I really want to be
That's nice.
motivated, and of course, growth is a big motivator. It's like, look at
Yeah.
what I'm doing.
I've gotten a few more subscribers the last few days too, and that made me very happy.
Yeah, totally awesome. Do you have plans for the writing sprint on Tuesday? Do you have any plans on what you're gonna do there?
I mean, I'll probably continue working on Skeleton Bride unless my mood changes and I want to work on something else. But as of right now, Skeleton Bride.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, that's the story I've been mostly working on. Is the one I have like the most motivation for at the moment.
Uh-huh.
So
Cool.
it's the one I've been working on.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with the direction it's going. Sorry.
Yeah. Would you want to do a 30-minute sprint at so we'll come back at 05, so in 1 minute from now we'll do the sprint?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just add it here. I subscribed to both of y'all because of the sprint. Thank you so much,
Thank
Tina.
you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
We do weekly writing and weekly reading sprints, but you can read during the writing sprints if you do not write.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you again, Tina.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. All right. Looks like it's 35, so we'll be back at 05. Happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading. Hello. How's everyone's sprints?
Hey,
Hey.
how are your sprints?
I mean, good. I got to the place I wanted, so good news there. The place I wanted to get to today, but so much happened, and now I kind of want to cry.
Oh
The enemy got away from Zoya and Alina and Mel, and so there's that. And then there's an attack on the palace for where Nikolai is in Ravka, and he went to the little palace to try to find his Grisha and make sure they were okay, and they can't find David in the rubble because it's kind of been destroyed. And I'm like, if something happens to David, then I will murder everybody. Like, no, David has to be okay. He's David. Now I'm scared and sad.
I could see something, but if you don't want spoilers, I will.
No spoilers.
I will keep my. Yep. You won't hear anything from me. Okay. Anyway, well, that's rough. What's going on in that book? I did get a little bit further into the book. Again, I got distracted by Twitter as per usual. I know, but also I did check my YouTube analytics, and someone commented on my video, and they had a lot to say about the new Doctor Strange. So it was nice to kind of like read that and comment. So at least it's something kind of productive. But I did get more into the book, and they finally did a little fake dating interaction. It's like finally I'm getting into the actual story, so I'm happy about that. But it is very cliche. As per usual, someone says hey, and it's like, I don't need to turn around to know that the voice is the man's. It's like, we know. Like every single romance says it like that. Fake relationship, blah blah blah. They're holding her, they're touching her, blah blah blah. It's like, I know what's going on. This is so typical, But like I said, I'm very happy that they finally started it. I'm like, yes, pick up the pace, people. So I'm happy about that. But yeah, that's really rough, Joharra. Hopefully everything's fine. Tina read 10 pages. Awesome.
Nice.
Joharra's same for what I read in that sprint. I guess it was rough.
Yeah.
It's about to get super dark. I'm so
that.
scared. I'm so mad. Oh no. That's so bad. That's so not good. Aw, it's such a shame.
Yeah, I'm so scared about what might happen. Like, I mean, it's David. He has to be okay.
Yeah. Aw. Everything's gotta be okay.
But I am happy that I got to the place I wanted to get to. That's this place where it's like a chapter or a section
Right.
or whatever.
Are you almost there?
I got there. Yeah.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I see different colored tabs. Do you have like a set like reason for each of them?
Yes, I do. My tabs all look like this, and the pink is for my ships, scenes I really like with people I ship. Orange is friendship, for friendship scenes. Yellow is for scenes that I like. They're not my favorite, but I do like them. Then green is for my absolute favorite scenes. Blue is for family scenes. This one shade of purple is for scenes that I love, but I like them more than the yellow ones, but I don't like them as much as the green ones. And then the last purple, which is a darker shade of purple, is for like action scenes or like a scene that has a lot of powers, since I read a lot of fantasy. So like battles and magic, sort those kind of scenes.
Cool. That's really cool. The hero is going to let other men hurt her. She's currently chained up in the middle of a room. Last sentence I read was, the guests are here. I don't know about saying hero for this guy. Bruh. Even hearing that, I'm just like, no, stop the madness. I'm so upset. Like, he can't, but I know he's going to. That is so horrible. I can't believe someone wrote, oh, man, that is just awful. Even hearing that, I'm just like, oh, that is just awful. That is awful.
Awful.
Oh, even just hearing that, I'm like, no. Oh, that is horrible.
But I'm really getting into the book, and I'm hoping, I'm still not halfway, but I'm hoping the next few days, if I really tackle and read it, I think I can get it done.
Awesome. That's great.
Depending on how big my reading mood is. We shall see.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the villain she ends up with. Oh, the only reason I said is because you said the hero is going to let other men hurt her. That's why I was like, I don't know about saying hero for him, because it's like, he's the bad guy. Oh, no. Oh, that is rough. Wow. That is just awful. I can't believe that.
Yeah.
No. Don't let it happen to her. That's so terrible.
Well, it seems like we both had a rough reading experience. Like, our books are getting rough and sad. And,
yeah. Fortunately, I'm finally reading a book that's supposed to be chill. But it does sound like the main character, she's got kind of a rough home life, or like she can't. I mean, she is Canadian, so she has a visa to be in America. So, you know, if something happened to her visa, she'd have to go back home, you know?
Yeah.
But they were saying, like, how her friend, like, let her come with her for, like, holiday gatherings and stuff like that, you know, because she'd be all alone. I was like, man, that's gotta be rough. Apparently, she seems to have some issues with rejection or, you know, like being dumped or something like that. It's like, uh-oh. But of course, much lighter than anything like what you're dealing with, what she's dealing with, you know.
Yeah.
Rough stuff, man. Rough stuff.
And
I cannot imagine, like, the dark romance. Like,
yeah, I
even
can't.
just hearing it me got like, oh no. Like, let's just take for a minute. The movie Taken, when the daughter gets abducted. Imagine instead the guy that she's sold to, it's like, we're in a relationship. And he's just like, okay. Like, that's what it sounds like these books are. It's like, no.
No.
You take these guys out, and then you're out of there, and you get her back home. My goodness, that is just so awful.
Yeah. The book Rule of Wolves is messed up because, like, Ginny and David just redid their wedding, just renewed their vows, and now she can't find David after they've been attacked. Like, seriously? Like, can't David and Ginny be happy? I mean, they're so sweet and innocent. They deserve the world. Like, don't hurt David and Genya.
Yeah. Before I read the book, I looked up certain keywords and read some dark scenes. I'm pretty sure they're gonna hurt her a little bit, and then he's going to stop them and he's going to hold her. But he's the reason they hurt her, bruh. It's like someone loading a gun, paying someone to shoot you, and then stopping them from shooting you, but there's still a bullet in you, and then they help you. It's like, I can't say thank you because you're the reason this is happening.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh. That is so terrible. No, this isn't any judgment for me, Tina. I'm just curious. You were saying that you're 17. Is there a reason why you like these dark romances, or is that like the genre that you like to go for? Is it just you're experimenting with dark romance? Like, I'm just kind of curious about like what genres you do read. You said you read romance. Is it primarily dark romance? Let us know.
Yeah. Have you always been a contemporary reader? Like, has that always
Um,
been what you
that's a
prefer?
good question. I know in childhood, sci-fi, some fantasy. I remember I used to not like realistic fiction, so it kind of changed. But I used to be more into sci-fi fantasy,
Oh,
more fun stuff. And I guess that makes sense as a kid because you're like boring, normal day stuff, versus cool new creatures and time travel.
that's still
Really
how I
cool,
am.
exciting things, like that's
Yeah.
some exciting stuff. But again, some of that stuff can be hard, hard to absorb and get into a new world. That's my biggest thing. But
I get that.
I do like with fantasy or sci-fi the adventure aspect, the full plot driven aspect because I like plot driven. And of course with contemporary, it's not so much plot driven because how much is happening? Not that much. So I do
Yeah.
like the adventure aspect of those kind of stories, but like I said,
Yeah.
it's just hard for me to get into this new world.
Yeah, I get that. I find myself easily able to get into fantasy worlds. Maybe that's why I like it so much. Because if I enjoy it, it's like I feel like it's rather easy for me to get absorbed into this new world. And I've always liked fantasy. Like it's always been my preferred genre. YA fantasy, mostly a little bit of middle grade fantasy. Like I don't touch adult or anything. Um, but I what started it all, like what started, I think a lot of fantasy readers was Harry Potter. Like that was my
Totally.
first chapter book, my first like real grown up book, and yeah, so that always has a soft spot in my heart.
Totally. Yeah, it's primarily dark romance. I don't really know any specific reason why I read them. Like, I don't have any trauma I'm working through with the books. Well, I'd say with a situation like this kidnapping thing, you don't have to have kidnapping trauma to be bothered by kidnapping. Like, that would be a horrible situation to deal with. And sexual assault, it would be a horrible thing to deal with. Imagine, like, murder, being murdered and coming back alive, like some sort of plotline like that. You don't have to have trauma from being murdered or almost murdered to be like, I wouldn't like that situation at all. But I understand what you're saying. You don't know why, but you happen to like it. And, more power to you, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, do any of us know why we like the genres we like?
I'd say for me, it's having a better uh, fictional reality than the reality we're in. So that's kind of for me.
I This is
Like,
why I like
oh, go ahead.
fantasy. Sorry, I like fantasy because it's like you can be in this whole other fantastical world with magic and creatures, and I love magic and these creatures, anyways. So I guess that's why I love fantasy.
Interesting. I'm separating fiction and reality. I think it's more about maturity than age, but I'm really careful about my own trigger warnings and things I just don't want to consume.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Um yeah, it's just a little rough for me cuz I mean, it sounds like you kind of like know what you're doing, but it is I'm just a little like, "Oh, such intense stuff." My goodness.
Yeah.
I would never want to be the main character in these books. Yeah,
Same.
definitely not. Yeah, I mean, it could be interesting to try to get back into like sci-fi or fantasy or something, but like I said, I mean, it is a little hard for me, and that's why it's easy with contemporary. I know the setting, I know the world, it's my world. And they're just doing their thing. They just got their own things going on.
Uh, yeah, that's true. If you do want to get back into fantasy and sci-fi, I mean, there's always like, I feel like the fantasy you're talking about is like really high fantasy. Like there is fantasy that's still technically in our world or close enough to our world. Like Harry Potter, that there is it is. Harry grew up in our world, but it's like there is this section off to the side, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
the three main fantasies I read is high fantasy, low fantasy, and urban fantasy. Um, High fantasy is the one that's really hard to get into. Low fantasy, unless you're like an experienced fantasy reader. Low fantasy is like Harry Potter, where there's like it's in our world, but there's a section off. That's full of magic. That's a little bit easier, but it could still be hard to digest. And then urban fantasy is like Charmed. It's fully in our world, but it has magic.
Yeah, interesting. It's definitely interesting.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I did a video a little while back. I think last year. Um, uh, it was fantasy for beginners, and I was thinking about redoing a video like that and talking about books that will be good to get into if you're not really experienced with fantasy.
Mm-hmm. You started yawning, and then it was like, time to yawn. As they say, it's contagious.
True. You getting tired yet?
No.
No?
No, I'm doing just fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's 11:30. I was just wondering if you were getting tired yet.
Yeah, not quite. Yeah, that's not how I roll usually. I'm usually like, I'm ready to party. Of course, on my own, I don't really like to do parties.
Yeah, I'm not a party
You
person.
know, I'm like over in the corner by the dog or something like that, just doing my own thing,
I'm not.
chilling, trying to socialize, but most of the time it's just like, boop.
I'd be in
He's
the
like,
corner. I'd be in the corner by myself reading a book.
right.
Like seriously, I'd be the loser in a party that brought a book. That would be me. That would be 120% me. I'm that loser.
It'd be funny though, like a whole party of losers. We're all just like, what are we doing? None of us like parties.
I was the girl in high school that legit would read her book in between classes. Like I would literally be walking from class to class reading my book, not bumping into anything because I'm experienced at walking and reading. Like I'm pretty good at getting developed in like getting fully into my book and being aware of my surroundings. I mean, there are times I get so into my book that I forget about my surroundings, but when it comes to me walking and reading, I can be pretty aware of both surroundings, you know? My sister, on the other hand, like, no, she has been on her phone and bumped into different things, and it's like, no. But me, I can do it. Like, seriously, I was asked several times in high school how I did that.
It's like constant practice.
Right?
Reading party. Oh,
yeah, let's all go and read our books and not talk to each other.
Yeah, kind of like this, right?
Yeah.
But of course, it's not quite the same because we're not all in the same room, are we? We don't have a set place, but of course, not quite the same, talking. But kind of like the same. But regarding of what you're saying, I don't think I've ever, I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I've not read walked. But there was one time we used to have to walk around the football field in high school, and they let us use our phones. And I remember I was like, I gotta be quieter. Anyway, I was writing a story. Like I was texting, writing a story as I was walking. That was nice. But of course, there were not that many people to deal with, you know.
Yeah, true. But like seriously, I mean, I would be that kid that whenever they had any free time, and I mean, I was in like lower classes, like I struggled in school, so a lot of times we had plenty of time to finish our homework in class and still had time afterwards, sometimes depending on how hard the homework was or how much we had. We usually had very little. But so my sister who was in advanced classes had like loads of homework when we got home. Me, I didn't because I had time to finish it. So I would finish my homework so I wouldn't have to deal with it when I got home because I did not want to deal with homework at home. And I would read. Like I would be the only one because because I was in lower classes, most of those people hated reading. That's why they were in these lower classes. Me, I just struggled. Like I was good at reading and stuff, but I was still in lower classes because I wasn't good at taking tests and stuff like that, you know. And then my other subjects I was just really bad at, like math and everything. But I would just be that one kid by herself reading instead of engaging, and it's like that was me.
Yeah.
I was the nerd in school, and I'm very proud of it.
Yeah. I do find it interesting though, just thinking about a reading party. Like like the readers having a party. I mean,
That
like
was
you wouldn't see us jumping around doing whatever. I mean, maybe in our group, maybe we would. Maybe we thrive and survive and whatever.
yeah.
Just having a lot of fun because we're in where we're comfortable versus obviously with a normal party. It's like, look at all these
Yeah.
people I could never relate to.
Yeah. I mean, the only time the police would come to our reading party would be if we got really upset at our books and started screaming or crying and throwing our books against the wall. Like, that's why the police would come. Not because we're having loud music and drinking and everything. They're coming because we are getting mad at fictional characters.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be funny though. That would definitely be funny.
We need to form this reading party, people.
That would be cool, wouldn't it? We do it like somewhere in the middle of the US or something. That'd be kind of fun. That way, like, it's more reasonable for everyone. It's not like someone has an unfair advantage, except for whoever's in the center
Yeah.
of the US. But it would be nice.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that could be cool. I could kind of see that. That could be fun. Now, wouldn't that be funny though if we had like live shows like that where it's like we got some music going, we got those lights that kind of like I forget. They kind of like do like they kind of like shimmer or shatter or like whatever. They kind of like I'm trying to remember. I don't know, like a hype light or something like that. That'd be just kind of funny. We're like, yeah, we're partying. We're totally in the same room, guys. Y'all said you do writing sprints. What are y'all writing? Go ahead, Joharra.
I mean, I'm in the middle of a couple projects. I've actually self-published on Amazon. I've self-published 6 books so far, 2 different series, and I'm working on a few different projects. I have several started, but right now my main project I've been focused on is Skeleton Bride. It's book 1 in Tales of the Grim Reaper, and it's about a human and a skeleton, and the human kind of gets wrapped up in this skeleton war that's brewing that most humans don't even know exists.
Cool. Yeah, I don't really write anymore. I used to write like a lot in middle school, high school, but I just haven't really done much writing. But I do participate in the writing sprint, so I can read.
Yeah, and if you don't write, you are more than welcome to read during our writing sprints or write during our reading sprints. I know sometimes if I'm not in the mood to read or write, I might, like I might write in my reading sprints or read it during the writing sprints. It just depends on, everyone's mood.
Totally. Yeah. Would you want to do another sprint at 30 and we go for 30 minutes?
Sure. That'll probably be my last sprint.
Yeah. Are you starting to get tired?
Yeah. But it's like part of me
I'll be up.
Huh?
Oh, I was just gonna say I'll be up.
Yeah, it's like a part of me wanted to stop after I got to that part, but the other part of me is like, now I need to know what happened.
Yeah, right. You can't stop. You
Right?
need to know.
I need to know.
Yeah. No, but it'll be nice when we finish up our sprints because I'm gonna go ahead and watch Robin's video. I'm really excited to see what her TVR is. I think it'd be really cool to see.
I'm gonna watch it tomorrow, but I'm very excited to watch it.
Yeah. Yeah. It was annoying though doing that video every single time. Screenshot for the prompts because I don't have an Instagram. I'm like, I need these prompts. And then it's nice to have the document available for everyone else.
Yeah.
I looked your books up, Joharra. The covers are really cool.
Oh, thanks.
All right. It has hit 30. We'll be back at 30 minutes. So happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading.
All right, how are your sprints?
Good. I mean, I was crying. I was in tears, like seriously tears.
Oh no! Did what I was told happen?
David died.
Yep.
I was in legit tears, and I'm like, no, David, but he's David, and now I'm sad, and the funeral was having me crying, but on a happier news, where I left off, someone was they were all talking about their battle strategy, and they need something for what David was inventing to help them, and but nobody will give it to them at the moment, and so they're going to Ketterdam to steal it. And so it sounds like the crows might be involved if they're going to Ketterdam to steal, which I'm happy to see the crows.
It's like a full crossover.
Right? But I'm still sad because of David.
Aww.
He was my favorite.
Aw. Pretend he didn't die. It didn't happen, right? Tina said, I don't know how much I read, but I'm not okay. Oh no, you both you guys got destroyed. Oh no.
My heart was broken.
I was still responding to a comment on my video, and I got distracted as per usual on Twitter. Typical me. But I got a little bit more to it. Still in the same like context situation. Like I got like one page further. Yay! I did so much. Not. Still so far so good. You know, not too bad. I don't know. I kind of feel like I might want to just read The Summer I Turned Pretty. I think I might want to just do that reread. Because it is a little, it's not overly sciencey, but it's got a lot of science, you know?
Yeah.
Or it's at least, it talks sciencey terms.
Yeah.
At first, I thought the hero wasn't going to let them hurt her. No! Oh, no!
Roro. Yeah, it seems like we both were just hurt by what we read.
No good. That's no fun.
My heart's broken.
Aww. Was he like your favorite character of the Grishaverse?
Not of the Grishaverse, but of everything besides Six of Crows. Like I love the Crows characters. Inej and Jesper are my favorites. And I love Wyland too, but David's probably with them. And then after him would probably be Kaz and Matthias and Nina, and then some other characters. But yeah. Like I love the Crows characters, but David, I have a soft spot for him. Like he is definitely one of my favorite characters. He's definitely up there.
Yeah. I'm sorry about David.
Thanks. I was
now anytime you hear the name David, you'll be like, David, no.
In one of my published books, I have a character named David. But he doesn't die.
At least there's one David that still lives.
Killing David was messed up. Could they find a different character to kill? I mean, it probably still would have been sad, but I mean, David, really?
Aww.
And like him and Jenny just legit renewed their vows, and they made a comment about how when Jenny found him, he was still in his wedding clothes. I was like, this is messed up.
Man. Rough.
May I cry some more because I'm sad?
Aw. How much further into the book do you have to get?
I'm at 51% according to Goodreads now.
Oh, so there's still a lot going on. Maybe another character will, put.
Don't even dare!
Knocking on wood. I'm just saying, you have a character death of 50%. You know, based on future and stuff,
I mean, yeah, David died in the second. I don't think a major character died in Shadow and Bone trilogy. I don't think a major character died. I only read the trilogy once, but I don't think so. But in Six of Crows duology, Matthias died, which you knew, and
Yeah.
then in the King of Scars duology, David died, as you apparently
Yeah.
knew too. And
Stuff
I'm
is
like,
happening, man. Aw.
why must you hurt me?
So,
As much as I
so
love Matthias's, I think David's hurts a little bit more, just because David is like this innocent, pure of heart character.
yeah.
He didn't deserve.
Aw. So Tina said the guy who was hurting her just pulled out a rusty knife, so I'm not okay too. Man, that sucks. This is not good.
We need
That's
to
not good at all.
open an emotional support chat.
Aw. That's too bad. That's rough.
Reading is supposed to be fun. Why do I torture myself?
Aw.
But I am partly to blame. I am one of those authors that likes to kill off characters, so so this is probably revenge. This is probably, karma for me.
Aw. I looked ahead a couple sentences. The hero's going to stop him. Yay. But didn't he? He is totally the one who put her in that situation. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, it just sounds rough. Very rough.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not okay.
Aww. Oh. Yeah, I'm also reading a rom-com. It's sitting right next to me. I could just read that. That's the It Happened One Summer, right? Yeah, that might be a little bit softer. Way more chill. But both of those sound very adult because I know It Happened One Summer has more adult stuff. So do you like, Tina, do you like to read more adult stuff? You don't really like to read young adult? Let us know. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, when they were having the funeral, that messed me up.
Aww.
Said for him, Jinya, she's his wife. She was just too emotional to say something, so she asked Nikolai and Zoya to speak instead because she just couldn't. And then right after, Zoya was going to escort Jinya to her bedchambers, and she said no, she wanted to be a part of the talk and to figure out what to do next because she couldn't just sit alone with her thoughts about losing, the love of her life. And but it was bittersweet. It was sweet about what they were saying about David, and it seems like now, but at the same time it was sad because David's gone. And now it seems like they are motivated now more than ever to stop the Matthias' country because they're the ones that attacked them. So Matthias' country, Jarl, Brom, all of them are to blame for David's death. So
I got it. Hold on. I got it. Fjerda.
Fjerda. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Fjerda. I always want to pronounce the J. But
well, of course it's easy for me. But I also had listened to the audiobook for Six of Crows, the book, but it's been a million years since I read it. But the show, of course, has Fjerda.
Yeah, I did watch the show. But yeah, the invention that they are using to scare the Fjerda to stop the war or win the war if Fjerda still doesn't back down is David's invention. They're just missing one little thing that David didn't have time to get his hands on.
Yeah. Wow.
But I love because what Nikolai and Zoya said at his funerals was just so sweet. Nikolai was saying how genius David was and how he could never match up to David's genius. And Zoya was like how her entire life she thought to be a good soldier you had to be this strong and cold and fearless. But as she watched David all these years, he is a different kind of soldier. He is kind, and he relies on his brains to get him through things. And she said we should all try to be like him, be a soldier like him. And I was like, oh, you're just wanting me to cry even more.
Aw, yeah. So Tina said, yes, I mostly read adult.
I read YA.
Sometimes I'll read young adult, especially with paranormal romance. You know, one book I recommend is Paranormalcy. I don't know if you've read it before. I love that book. I've read it 3 times. It's really good. Recently, I've been wanting to read more young adult books because they have characters my age and situations I can relate to.
Yeah,
Nice.
YA is my go-to. I do read some middle grade though.
Yeah. I really hate when there's characters my age in dark adult books. It makes me really uncomfortable and sad. Yeah, it is pretty awful. And that's why, for me, I'm a little like, look, that sounds intense, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think I could ever be in that audience for dark romance or dark stories. It's just too rough and sad, and something like it just feels too problematic to me, and it just seems like too like sending the wrong message to people. And like, yes, there are people that can just see it as fiction, but there are some people who can't.
Yeah.
Or like they'll romanticize it anyway, you know? Not good.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but there are definitely some really great young adult books. You just kind of have to find them.
I love young adult books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to be a huge fan of young adult books. Now I'm kind of like still reading young adult, but I'm less like loving it as I used to. Yeah, I agree. You have to be able to separate it properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just sounds like so intense, you know?
Yeah.
Like, ugh, wow.
I'm too uncomfortable to go.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm too uncomfortable to go near adult books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So. Just not my thing, but I respect people who can. Because I certainly cannot.
Yeah. The one thing I really don't like, now, I don't know if this is called, I don't think it's considered dark romance, but one thing I know some people like is the age gap trope. 100% no. I hate that so much. It's so gross, especially when she's 18 and he's like twice her age. Ew, missing me with that. That's disgusting. I hate that. That is so bad.
I mean, I did ship Belle and Rumple on Once Upon a Time. They're my favorite ship.
Well, then, oh wait, was she supposed to be that young?
Well, she's not that young, but she's definitely a lot younger than him.
Sure, but you know, you can watch a show like that. Like you can ship an immortal situation because it's not real.
True.
But of course, an age gap situation is like, come on, people. There are also some lines that I won't read. Yeah. Or are you saying like, I'm confused. When you say some lines, do you mean like there's some like paragraphs or certain like situations that can happen in some of these books you won't read? Or is it like certain tropes or certain triggers that you prefer not to read about? Like if a book said, oh, I have this trigger, you don't want to read that. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to understand, you know, I'm making sure I got what you're saying. Yeah. Reading. Yeah. Like I said, I think I might just want to read Summer I Turned Pretty. Just do that reread. That way I can watch the show. Because I really want to watch it. I want to watch it so bad. And it's so funny because at first I didn't even really plan on watching it. Or it was more like a nah. And even though it wasn't some amazing series, I really want to watch it now because I've been, you know, like I've been holding myself back from watching it. And it's like, it's been out for almost 10 days. Like I should be watching it, you know?
Yeah.
Come on. By lines, I mean triggers and tropes I won't read. 100%. I get that. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't know why I ever picked up a bully romance. I don't know. That was 100% not what I'm in for. And age gap, You won't see me reading that. No way.
The trope I won't read is love triangles.
Yeah.
I think that's my main one.
Yeah. A lot of my limits are with more taboo topics. You're saying condemning and sexual assault is not taboo enough for you? I'm just kidding. It's like, whoa, that's so crazy. Oh, that's so intense.
And it's so curious to see because it's like everyone obviously has like different opinions and different things they like and dislike, and it's like everyone has a different idea of what is really taboo and stuff, you know? Like everyone has their own limits and stuff. And it's really interesting to see what some people's are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Some of that intense stuff is like, whoa. Like there are so many taboo books getting recommended with blood relation romance, and I'll never read it. Yeah, that's gross. Ew.
Incest.
Ew, that is so bad. Ew. That is so gross.
I mean, that's one reason why I won't read or watch Game of Thrones. I mean, I don't mind the violence aspect. I even like the violence aspect because, I like, action and horror and stuff like that. So I'm okay with the blood and gore, but I've heard it gets kind of sexual, and I heard there are some incest relations in there, and it's like, I know Game of Thrones is really popular, but that's something I'll never read or watch.
Yeah. Yeah, Tina said I didn't want to say the word in case the comment wouldn't appear. I think you'd be fine, but maybe like YouTube would flag. I don't know. I mean, we've said like certain words and it's not censored, so I don't know exactly how. I mean, I guess technically like certain things can be like demonetized, but I don't think YouTube's been able to like let's not forget about PewDiePie, how he like said a lot of bad words. He's fine. There are people who say some bad words and it's fine. I don't know. I guess it just YouTube's interesting with like what it allows and doesn't.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, so but I'm again just going back to like videos and making things and whatever. I am really pleased with how my video is doing.
That's good.
Because the last time I did any sort of movie talking or whatever, when I did the best movies and TV shows of 2021, man, that video was my worst performing video. Like so bad. And I'm like, maybe this isn't the channel. And I'm so happy that it's done so well already.
Yeah.
So it really hasn't like my self-esteem for these type of videos going up, and it just makes it like, yay, I can do more of these, and it has me very happy. So I'll be sure to do it because it is such a bummer. I did that Shadow and Bone commentary reaction, whatever, but I couldn't keep it because of stupid Netflix, But at least with this, no one can, get me for copyright because I don't have any footage. It's just my thoughts. I'm just talking about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna tap out.
Yeah, I guess
the snack and go to bed probably.
Yeah, you're ready to sleep, and I'm ready to party on my phone or whatever I'm gonna do. Probably party on my phone. Just chill. Again, watch Robin's video. That should be nice.
Get some reading done. You're defiant.
I know. I totally am. I'm such a stubborn person. I'm just like, no. But
do I have to send you a GIF again saying to read? Because I will.
Well, at least this time I don't have like a time limit, So.
Yeah.
But
still,
I'll read when I feel the interest. I know. I'll read when I feel the interest for it. We'll see about the writing sprints. Either I'll still be reading The Love Hypothesis, or I will be reading The Summer I Turned Pretty, because I really want to watch the show. I mean, that is such a motivator for me. It's like, I want to read it. Let's do it right now.
But, I mean, you can always put Love Hypothesis kind of on a hold.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like just take a pause, read that book, watch the show, come back and read. Because at first I was like, oh, well, I have 2 weeks with the library book. But now I'm not even reading the library book. I'm just reading the ebook. So it's like, it'll be fine whenever I finish it. So at least that's okay.
Yeah.
But thank you to everyone who watched and, tuned in to our live show. It was really fun. And be sure to come back to my channel on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, so that's 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Be sure to come back on because we're going to be doing some writing sprints, and you can read, do whatever you want, just participate. Be really fun. This week's so fun. Thank you for this, friends. You're welcome. And thank you so much for tuning in, Tina.
Yeah.
Hopefully that book, I don't know if you're going to finish it or if you're just going to go to It Happened One Summer, but hopefully something a little bit more nice and chill and relaxing. But thank you again for watching, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We'll be seeing you hopefully on Tuesday. All right.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye.